ಹಲೋ, ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಯಾರು ಗೊತ್ತು? ಹಲೋ, ಇಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಇನ್ಪುಟ್ ಹೋಗಿರೋ ಇದರಿಂದನೇ ತಗೊತಾರದು. ಹಲೋ, 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 ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ವಾ? ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೂ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಹಲೋ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ವಾ? ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಹಲೋ, 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 ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮೈಕ್ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡು. ನಾವೇನೋ ಮಿಸ್ಟೇಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ.
ಸರ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಆಕ್ಸಿಗೆ ತಾನೇ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದು ನಾವು, ಫ್ರಂಟಿಂದ ಆಕ್ಸ್, ಬ್ಯಾಕಿಂದ ಝೋನ್ ಬಿ, ಝೋನ್ ಎ.
ಹಲೋ ಹಲೋ
ಇರೋ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊತೀನಿ.
ಹಲೋ ಹಲೋ
ಇದು ಟೈಮ್ ತಗೋತಾ ಇದೆ.
ಹಲೋ
ಮತ್ತೆ
ನಮ್ಮ ಕ್ಯಾಮರಾ ತಗೊಂಬನ್ನಿ. ಹೋಗಿ ಹೋಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಕ್ಯಾಮರಾ ತಗೊಂಬನ್ನಿ. ಆಡಿಯೋ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇವಾಗ ಅವ್ರದ್ದೇ ಲೈವ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ ತಾನೆ. ಆಡಿಯೋ ಅವ್ರದ್ದಿಂದ ಬರುತ್ತಲ್ಲ. ಇವಾಗ ನಾವು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಇನ್ಪುಟ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಆಗ್ತಿರೋದು. ಔಟ್ಪುಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಹೋಗಿ ಕ್ಯಾಬಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಕೇಬಲ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಇದನ್ನೇ ದೊಡ್ಡದು ಬೇಕು. ನಾವು ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ನನಗೇನು ಅರ್ಥನೇ ಆಯ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಸರ್ವರ್ ಡೌನ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡೋದು. ಹಲೋ ಹಲೋ ಹಲೋ. ಹಲೋ, ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ ಕರೆಕ್ಟಾಗಿ? ಮೈಕಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿರೋದು. ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಲ್ವಾ? ಲ್ಯಾಗ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಕೇಳ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ? ಲೋ ವಾಯ್ಸ್. ಬೇಡ ಗುರು, ವಾಪಸ್ ಇಟ್ಬಿಡು. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್.
ಓಕೆ, ಇಟ್ಬಿಡು ಬರೀ. ಟ್ರೈಪಾಡ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊ ಬನ್ನಿ. Yes, sir.
It's on now. A warm good morning to all of you. Today's sharing session will start with the Institute invocation by our RIE students.
Institute invocation by our RIE students.
यं शैवाः समुपासते शिवैति ब्रह्मेति वेदान्तिनः यं शैवाः समुपासते शिवैति ब्रह्मेति वेदान्तिनः बौद्धाः बुद्धैति प्रमाणपटवाः कर्तेति नैयायिकाः अर्हन्नित्यता जैनशासनरताः कर्मेति मीमांसकाः क्रैस्ताः क्रिस्तैति क्रियापररताः अल्लेति मोहम्मदाः सोऽयं विदधातु वाञ्छितफलम् त्रैलोक्यनाथो हरिः
Thank you all the RIE students for the Institute invocation.
The Institute invocation.
Now we have assembled here for implementing the ITEP program in the southern states. We have invited all the
program in the
11 institutions.
We have invited all the
Before going to the exact program details, we'll ask the chief guest to lightening the lamp.
the chief guest to lightening the lamp.
Dr. Sujata, please, or yeah.
Dr. Sujata, please, or yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We start with facilitating our guest, Dr. Chinnapavaru. Team, please come. He's. What is it? Now may I kindly request students to facilitate. Principal is requested to facilitate the member secretary, madam, NCTE. Principal is facilitating Mrs. Kesan Sharpa, IRS member secretary, NCTE, New Delhi. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Then first book. Principal is again requested to facilitate the Vice Chancellor of Nurbatunga University. We'll also welcome to the CK Saluja, madam. We'll ask Dean of Instruction, please, so that. Okay. CK Saluja, madam, facilitating. Then Pankaj Charora sir from again Delhi University. Professor Indru Prasad, Vice Chancellor from Azim Premji University, Bangalore. Okay, others will take it later.
We have integrated curricular subjects with pedagogy, which has been missing in many, top-up programs, wherein undergraduation happens in a particular subject or subjects, and after that, people undertake B.Ed. So this way, there is no complete justification that is done if one wants to be a teacher in true sense. The reason because right from the beginning, from the undergraduate course itself, if the student is able to visualize that, he's going to be a teacher and whatever concepts he is learning, it should be for teaching others, then he or she will be thoroughly prepared. So that is the, uniqueness of this integration, and that is also the reason why we were able to, successfully produce students who have achieved significantly. And when it comes to this particular program, the RIE program, and which is also visualized now as part of ITEP, the internship, long duration internship, is something which brings about a very positive and constructive change in the school system and for the students. We have seen that, whatever experiences that they have, but when they are formalized through the interaction in the schools, so then they can play a very different role. It's not only the teaching that happens in the classroom, but understanding the school environment, the management, the resources, and interacting with various stakeholders, which was part of this internship. In fact, we conduct pre-internship conference where we address all these issues, and also post-internship conference where whatever interactions that have happened among students are also deliberated. So that way it is a very unique practice. And also earlier micro teaching and now constructivist teaching has also helped significantly in bringing about positive change. And also RIE is a residential institution, and many students who say, stay here, share lots of their experiences, backgrounds with each other, and that way it becomes a fruitful exercise when they are here for 4 years. So the importance given to various aspects apart from academics is also something which plays a significant role in the lives of the students. I would not take much time, but I just want to highlight certain things which are very important. I happened to meet a student, former student, who studied during 1969 to 74, and this student shared something very important with me. He said that Dr. V.K.R.V. Rao was here in 1970, who was an education minister, and he said that we want to close down all these RIEs because they are not fulfilling the purpose for which they are created. So this was just about 7 years after their creation. So then the principal was not there, vice principal Devadasan. He stood up and argued why these RIEs should not be closed. He spoke for nearly 1 hour. So finally what he said was, what you are paying is peanuts as salaries compared to what we'll be producing as students who will serve this country for 40 years. I think somewhere after, so many years, we realized this fact. There were 65 institutions who came for campus placement, and one of the chains of schools, they asked that we want all your students, 180 students. I said that we are not producing just for you. We are producing for the entire country, that, our students should go to diverse systems and, be part of that. So I think if we allow the things to, nurture, grow, and, then certainly we'll be doing a lot of, good work. I hope that ITEP will be successful in the institutions where it is being piloted, and also other institutions will have a lot to learn from these institutions, their experiences, and especially, it is given to such a diverse type of institutions, including RIEs, IITs, NITs, and central and state universities. So we have very diverse clientele, and this is one framework which is being implemented in these diverse institutions. I think that will be the uniqueness, in the sense, we have one kind of curriculum which is going into different institutions. The way you handle that matters, and certainly we hope that we'll be sharing your experiences of conducting these programs in the times to come. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to organize this program here, and I hope that deliberations will clarify many of the issues and challenges that we are expected to face, and this program will be a complete success. Thank you.
Professor Srikanth sir for an elaborate note on RIE and RIE's programs. Now I will just brief about this particular session, Monday session. I think it would have been better by an NCTE person, Big K Chaudhary sir, but as I told you, please go ahead with that. Respected honorable members on the dais and outside the dais, and the member secretary, Madam Kasan Sharpa IRS, the Vice Chancellor of Nirvathang University, and also the expert team of ITEP from the side of NCTE, the delegates of 11 participating institutions, deans, heads and faculty members of other institutions, faculty members of RIE, students and staff of RIE, a warm good morning to one and all. At the outset, I also joined to thank the madam for conducting this particular session at RIE Mysore, because RIE Mysore has got its own origin, as sir was talking about. It was formerly known as Regional Colleges of Education, College of Education, Mysore. It is one among the 4 pioneering institutions in the country to offer first ever integrated teacher education program at the graduate level, namely BSc Ed, BA Ed, BCom Ed since 1965. That is the first aspect we are proud about that. Secondly, we are also proud about organizing this session under the umbrella of Inter-University Center for Teacher Education. As you all know that this is an organized session recently got sanctioned by the MHRD, the then MHRD, for coordinating the activities of teacher education in the field. In the country, we have only three, one at Varanasi, another one at RIEM Mysore, and the third one at Vadodara, Gujarat. As you know that quality education depends upon quality of its teachers. NEP 2020 states that the teacher must be the center of the fundamental reforms in all education system. The integrated teacher education programs of RIs have been producing quality teachers across the country for the past 6 decades, though the number seems to be very minimal compared to the requirement of the country. Thanks to the National Education Policy 2020 for recognizing the importance of integrated teacher education programs, as well as advocating longer duration of teacher education programs, just like in any other professional fields. ITEP is a 4-year integrated program after graduation after grade 12 of school education, which offer dual major programs. The first major in the education with the school stage specification, and the second major is in the opted discipline. Admission to ITEP is done through a National Common Entrance Test just recently conducted by the NCTE, and they have also come out with the results. Now the participating institutions are going to recruit based on the merits, the students. And this again for various levels, as you know, that foundational stage, preparatory stage, middle stage, and secondary stage. The NCTE New Delhi has granted recognition to 42 central and state institutions, which will also include IITs, NITs, RIEs, IGNOU, for the first phase of their experimental stage from the academic year 2023 to 24. NCTE portal has now opened for the second phase. They are inviting the invitation from different institutions also. As you know that the 11 institutions here: NIT Calicut, Pondicherry, NIT Warangal, then Central University of Kerala and Tamil Nadu, National Sanskrit University, Tirupati, Maulana Azad National Urdu University, Hyderabad, Pondicherry University, B.R. Ambedkar University, Srikakulam, Narbadanga University, Bangalore, and Government Degree College, Telangana. From all the 11 institutions, we have got about 28 delegates, including VCs, registrars, directors, heads of department, faculties, also who are all involved in policy making as well as developing various programs and implementing this program aligned with NEP 2020. In addition to this, we have also had institutions from our local area and beyond Mysore also. We appreciate the Ministry of Education for identifying country's top most premier institutes for implementing this ITEP like IITs, NITs, because this is indeed a welcome change and a transformation phase to all these institutions. More than that, now I think it is more contributing to the students. Now every prospective teacher education student could even dream to be an IITN, which was not earlier available to the students of teacher education. When we develop and implement any new program, we need to win the heart of all stakeholders, particularly the implementing agencies. In fact, this is the one-day session devoted for this particular purpose. We need to take confidence of all the stakeholders. The information sharing at RI Mysore is devoted for sharing, exchanging and handholding of all stakeholders on ITEP implementation. NCTE has come out with the ITEP curriculum and syllabi after a long deliberations and now ready for implementation as per the directives of NEP 2020 among the institutions identified at the southern region. I hope this deliberation will be fruitful to all the implementators as well as the future institutions who are going to implement very soon the ITEP. With this word, let me conclude and thank everyone for giving me an opportunity. Thank you. Now we will have opening remarks and presentation of ITEP by Member Secretary Madam.
Professor Srinivas S. Balli, Vice Chancellor, Nrupatunga University, and the Chief Guest for today. Professor Y. Srikant, Principal RIE Mysore. Professor Anil Kumar, Coordinator from the RIE. Professor C.K. Saluja sir, Professor Indu Prasad ma'am, Professor Pankaj Arora ji, Professor Agarwal ji, all the 11 participating institutions, the faculty and the various students from RIE and my team from NCTE, a very good morning. Today we are very happy to be here in Mysore, which I understand is also known as the City of Palaces. It is called the Sandalwood City. It is also called the Heritage City. And as we drove down into the city from the airport, we could make out how beautiful the city is, how green your city is, and full of heritage buildings. This is something which even we were talking about. I thank RIE Mysore for aligning with us and for coordinating with us on this 5th round of orientation in our ITEP. We have had earlier orientations in Neri, Shillong. Then we went to RIE Bhopal. Then RIE Bhubaneswar first. Then we had the third one in RIE Bhopal. Then we had a big orientation in Delhi itself. And this is the 5th and the last one in the series of the first round of orientation that we would be doing. On our part, on the part of NCTE, this is a type of a hand-holding measure that we are doing, because as our speakers before have already said, ITEP is a new initiative which has been launched across the country for betterment of the quality of teachers, and therefore the need for hand-holding. Our first round of 42 institutions who have been recognized for running the ITEP course from the academic session 2023-24. We are here today with our experts, Indu Prasad ji, Pankaj Arora ji, Professor Saluja sir, Professor Agarwal is also here. They've all been part of the ITEP core committee, and they will be talking to you about the curriculum, answering your queries. Of course, we are taking down your suggestions, and we will try to, as much as possible, be there to clarify all your doubts. I also want to say that as far as NCTE is concerned, our chairperson, Professor Yogesh Singh, he has been there to support us throughout with his overarching guidance. We have a close link with NCERT because the erstwhile chairperson of NCTE, Professor D.P. Saklani sir, was our chairperson also, and it was in his time that a lot of this ITEP curriculum, ITEP procedures were worked upon. So we have a very deep link with NCERT also. I want to congratulate NCERT on their foundation day, which was yesterday, and also for getting the tag of being a deemed university. For everyone here, we will be sharing our ITEP curriculum framework. We have shared it. Chaturvedi ji can just stand up and show the ITEP curriculum framework first. The curriculum framework. So this is our ITEP curriculum framework, which has been, come out with after all these experts have deliberated on that. And we will be also sharing our state-specific, please show that, the pedagogy courses.
This, for the first time, as Professor Srikanth mentioned, that one course in a diverse nature program. And earlier, what were the provision? We were giving the course-wise content, but this time this is stage-wise content. What is recommended in NP 2020? So this is first one, foundation stage. This is the second one, preparatory stage, and this is the third one, middle stage, and this is the fourth one, second stage. So these are the four values, and these are according to the choice of the child as a specialized one to become a teacher of that particular subject.
So as you can see, NCTE as well as our experts have worked very, very hard to come out with these stage-specific curricula, syllabi, which will be shared with all of you. And in our endeavor to improve the quality of teacher education and as envisaged in the National Education Policy, NCTE has taken a lot of steps by which we can further this progress in the teacher education sector. Apart from the ITEP, and as I understand, the principal was saying that you are already running an integrated course right from the 60s. You are saying from the 60s. So therefore, this is a step forward in the same direction. And yesterday when we were talking to Ramachandran sir, he was also fondly remembering, I am an alumni of RIE Mysore. And he's saying that you are going to my institution. So congratulations, because he's really a person who is such a genius, such an academician par excellence. So I must congratulate Mysore, RIE Mysore, for having produced such a scholar. As far as we are concerned, apart from the ITEP, for which I will be showing you the presentation, NCT is also working on the 4-year yoga education, integrated yoga education, 4-year integrated art education, 4-year integrated physical education program, 4-year integrated Sanskrit program. We are also working on the 1-year and the 2-year B.Ed. We are, making a transition in alignment with the NEP 2020, and that is for the pre-service courses. And as far as the in-service teachers are concerned, we have also launched initiatives called the National Professional Standard for Teachers, which talks about the competencies of teachers, which they must have at each stage, the school stage, 5+3 plus 3 plus 4, and what are the tools which will be made available to them to make them come up to the competencies required. Then we also have a unique, a national initiative which we are launched. It is called the National Mission for Mentoring. This is a mentoring for all school teachers across the country. This year we have 60 mentors national on board who will be assisting these mentees. Mentees are the school teachers across the country. And I must tell you that your principal, Professor Agarwal from RIE Bhubaneswar, as well as Professor Saluja sir, they are two of the first batch of 60 mentors at a national level. So can we have a round of applause for them also? Yes, he is here. That's why I can see him. Yes, that's why. Okay. So after that, we'll move on straight to the presentation, so that we would like to spend more time on the discussions that you would like to have. Okay. So as I told you, this ITEP journey for us has been a long journey for over a year, and you can see the list of the members who have been involved in coming out with this curriculum. We have the core committee of ITEP, comprising of Professor Ramachandran was the chair, Professor Saluja sir was the co-chair, then we have Professor Shripat Karmakar, then we have Professor HCS Rathore, Professor Shashikala Vanjari, Professor V. Sudhakar, Professor Indru Prasad, Professor Prakash Agarwal, Professor Dhananjay Joshi, Professor Pankaj Arora, Professor R.C. Patel, Professor Haneef Gandhi, Dr. Kashyapya Avasthi, and of course our NCTE team. And these are the four other components of our ITEP course, ability enhancement courses. These are the core courses, of which Professor Indu Prasad ma'am was the chair. And then we had the foundations of education, of which Professor C.K. Saluja sir was the chair. Then we had the pedagogy courses, what we have just shown you, these 4 books, where Professor V. Sudhakar was the chair. And then we had the school experience, that is the internship part, of which Professor Prakash Agarwal was the chair. And apart from them, we had various subcommittees also working on the various courses in alignment. So roughly around, we had about close to 100 academicians, experts from across the country who have worked on this syllabi, the ITEP curriculum framework that is now being rolled out to all of you. So as you can see, NEP, everyone must have read. The chapter specific to teacher education is chapter 5 and 15. And I'm just going to touch on the various paras which would be relevant for us. If you go at para 15.1, it talks about how teacher education is vital in creating a pool of school teachers. Because only if you have good quality school teachers, then only the students also will be good. That will shape the next generation. Teacher preparation is an activity that requires multidisciplinary perspectives and knowledge, formation of dispositions and values, and development of practice under the best mentors. Teachers must be grounded in Indian values, languages, knowledge, ethos, traditions, while being well versed with the latest advances in education and pedagogy. And that is exactly what our experts and NCTE have endeavor to do as we roll out this ITEP curriculum framework and the ITEP syllabi. In this, I must also tell you that the Ministry of Education, our Secretary in particular, and our Honorable Minister, the Shiksha Mantri, Dharmendra Pradhan ji, have been very, have been supporting us throughout and have been guiding us as to how to go about rolling this out to the entire country. Then we talk about para 15.5. It talks about this 4-year integrated B.Ed, which will be a dual major holistic bachelor degree in education, as well as a specialized subject, such as, of course, language, arts, sciences, and commerce. And then we go to para 5.22, which says that it recognizes that the teacher will require training in high quality content as well as pedagogy. And by 2030, all teacher education will be moved into a multidisciplinary environment. And this is exactly what the ITEP is also endeavoring to do. As our experts speak to you and as we go along, you will understand exactly why this ITEP course is so unique that by 2030, this will be the minimal degree for anyone to become a teacher. Then we talk about para 5.24, which says that all B.Ed programs will include training in time-tested as well as the most recent techniques and pedagogy, including pedagogy with respect to foundational literacy and numeracy, multi-level teaching and evaluation, teaching children with disabilities, teaching children with special interests or talents, use of educational technology, learner-centric and collaborative learning. So all these aspects have been taken care of in our ITEP curriculum framework as well as our syllabi. What are the salient features? I think by now most of us are aware of the salient features. I'll still just run you through a few of them. This is a 4-year duration course which a student can apply after class 12. And the admission to this course is centralized. It is through the National Testing Agency, a test called the National Common Entrance Test, the NCET. And this year the NCET took place and the results were announced on 9th August. And by 25th August, 9th August, the exams took place, and 25th August, the results were announced. And the list of the successful candidates has been disseminated by NTA to all the institutions so that they can start their counseling process. Okay, so by 2030, as I said, it will be the minimal degree to become a teacher. And this ITEP is based on the new school structure of 5+3+3+4. And of course, the new thing is that there's introduction of this credit system as per the UGC framework. As it is a dual degree major course, we have aligned our course with all the requirements of the UGC. And as I said, of course, integrated dual major degree. Then it is in a multidisciplinary environment. We have many colleges which are standalone colleges where only our B.Ed courses are running. They will also have to gradually convert into a multidisciplinary institution. Then only they will be, and that is what also the NAP also envisages. Then semester system is there. There are 8 semesters, 4 years, 8 semesters, 2 semesters per year. And we have classified the ITEP curriculum into 7 curricular components that I will show you in my next slide. And there is a flexibility of the student to choose both the inter and the interdisciplinary. It saves 1 year because earlier we were doing 3-year B.Ed plus 3-year graduation plus 2-year B.Ed. That would be 5 years. By doing this ITEP, a student saves 1 year because it's a 4-year course. These are the 7 curricular components which my experts will talk about. I'll just run you through. There is a student induction program. Then we have foundations of education. Then we have the disciplinary and interdisciplinary courses. Then we have the state-specific content cum pedagogy. And we have the ability enhancement and value-added courses. We have the school internship, and we also have something called the community engagement and service. Again, if I run you down through the entire some features, the curricular pedagogical structure is the 4 stages: foundational stage, specialization. So each student will have to specialize in a particular stage. Foundational stage you want to specialize in, or a preparatory stage, middle stage, or a secondary stage, because we want all our students to be taught by teachers who are proficient in their particular stage, who have got adequate content knowledge, pedagogy knowledge, as well as school experience in that particular stage. Secondly, we have this multiple entry exit system. Multiple entry system, after 1 year you get a certificate. This is in alignment with UGC. After 2 years you will get a diploma. 3rd year ke baad you will get a bachelor degree in the chosen subject up to 120 credits. And then there is also vertical mobility allowed, because a student who completes the 4 year can opt for to do a master's in the discipline as well as in the education. And of course, it leads to the attributes of a graduate, which is required for all teachers when they teach in the field. So when we implemented this ITEP, I just want to show you that, this is for the academic session 23-24, as you are aware, that 42 institutions were chosen, and out of that, 11 of you are here present today for this orientation course, and congratulations to all the 11. And if you see, total we had, this year we had total 3950 seats were there, and the popularity of the course can be gauged by the fact that for 3,950, around 4,000 seats, the applications were about 16,000. So that itself shows that it's a very, and let me tell you, the entire field is waiting for this ITEP to be rolled out, and they are very keen that they should also now move into this ITEP phase. So first phase pilot, we wanted to run it in a pilot because when we are launching a new initiative of this nature across the country, we want to ensure that we want to study the course in terms of the regulation, in terms of the curricular content. If changes are required, if some issues are there in the implementation, we want to make the necessary changes so that when we roll it out to the entire country, it is almost flawless, zero error type of a curricula and regulation, because it will have a huge impact on students across the country. So therefore the need to run it into a pilot mode, that is for us, to enable our experts, to enable even the institutions running it to study it and to tell us what are the changes that may be required. Let me tell you, this is as far as the curricular content is concerned. As far as the procedure is concerned in NCTE, or we have also been making various changes to our procedural aspects in our working. For example, the entire module has been, we have made our entire processing online. We don't want anyone to visit our institution in NCTE. So right from the time you file your applications, to the scrutiny of the applications, to all those two causes which get issued and your replies that we receive, to the inspection, till the time of recognition, everything is online. No institution is required to come and visit us. Also, the inspection which was there, earlier it was a physical inspection. Now, following the AICTE model, which is very, very successful, we have also converted our inspection into an online inspection. I think all of you must have undergone through it, so you'll be aware what I'm talking about. And that online inspection, the Department of School Education and Literacy has also nominated us as one of the best practices in 2022. So we have tried to make our procedures more transparent, more accountable, to improve the ease of doing business so that our stakeholders are not inconvenienced at any point of time. And let me tell you, throughout the last 3 years, NCTE has been having massive outreach programs and interactions with stakeholders, because when we are making a policy, we want to know whether it's actually implementable on the field. And when we are interacting directly with the stakeholders, we realize sometimes that what we thought would work well sitting in our office would not work so well when we actually went out to the field. I think many of you I have met during the various rounds of interactions here and there across the country. When we've been having, we have met a couple of us, we have met each other. So this is how NCTE has tried to move forward, taking along the stakeholders, because this is an initiative for you, for the country, and we need to make it the best one possible. So the second pilot phase, like your coordinator here was saying, we opened our the portal for inviting the second pilot phase, and about 77 institutions have applied, and they are in the process of being checked as to whether they fulfill the norms or not. This is for the academic session 24-25. So I'm just going to briefly run you through the curricular structure that is there already in your book, ITEP Curriculum Framework, page 22. Page 22. And so if you can see this, our experts will go through this, but I'm just going to, the first one is the student induction course, the first, second column on your screen. And then we have, next component is the foundations of education. Then we have the disciplinary, interdisciplinary courses of 64 credits. Then we have the state-specific content cum pedagogy courses, 16 credits. Then we have a core course, another core course, ability enhancement and value-added courses. Then we have the school experience or the internship, 6 months. This is very important for all the teachers, as we can understand. And then we have something called the community engagement and service. And if you look at the last row, the last figure there, 160 credits is aligned with the UGC undergraduate course. This is the number of the minimum credits that would be there for the ITEP course. And of course, institution is free to expand it to 176 in alignment with UGC. For the disciplinary courses, if you were there for our outreach first orientation in Delhi, where we met all the 42 institutions, we said that as far as the disciplinary component is yours, that is up to the university. Then also following the UGC mandate, 30% flexibility is there with you also to add in your local flavor. So totally in alignment with the UGC, we have made this course. All this in detail our experts will talk about. And this is the approach to this is of course as per the UGC how you will do your assessment and evaluation. So as you can see, we have come out with this very unique course, and this is for the first time that there's so much of a stress on pedagogy, practice teaching, the content also, the integration of the same. And you can see that so many experts have been roped in to give their input, so that of course if you see our earlier NCTE notifications, the curriculum that we give you, especially if you see even for the course BA, B.Ed, BCom, BSc B.Ed course of 2014, which we have given you, it is a very, just a skeletal structure is there. Here we have given you in detail the suggestive curriculum framework, as well as the syllabi, the suggestive syllabi. It is very much in detail, so that you are guided throughout the as you go through the entire course. You are guided in this ITEP when we launch this ITEP. So I want to congratulate all the 11 institutions who have been recognized to run this course and who are participating here today. And as I always do, I request all of you to walk hand in hand with us, to be with us as we endeavor to launch this course throughout the country. And we are quite confident that this will fulfill all the aspirations of the NEP 2020, that we will produce quality teachers steeped in our traditions but well versed in the 21st century skills, which will enable India to become a global leader in the field of education. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Madam, enlightening the new curricular framework of ITEP and also bringing out the curricular framework. A gigantic task which you people have made it for the last 2 years, and now I think the ITEP will be functional very soon. The students will be studying in different organizations, national as well as state level organizations. Thank you very much. And now may I ask the Vice Chancellor of Nirupanga University to address the audience.
थैंक यू अनिल जी। सबसे पहले मैं तो माँ सरस्वती को प्रणाम करता हूँ सबकी ओर से। दिस इज बिकॉज द एजुकेशनल फोरम विच डिसाइड द फ्यूचर ऑफ द नेशन। Mrs. Kesang Sherpa, IRS, Member Secretary, NCTE, New Delhi. Professor Y. Shrikant, Principal, RIE, Mysuru. Mr. Anil Kumar. And Professor C.K. Saluja. Professor Pankaj Arora. Professor Indu Prasad. All scholarly persons in the field of education. And all the participants of this orientation program. Namaskar. There are two things now. The traditional way of teaching and this internet era. The education field is in between these two now. The traditional way of teaching and the recent developments in the technology. Many times we are afraid of whether the teachers will have the jobs in future or not, many times.
But of course, no one can replace the teacher. That's the tested thing. But there is a need to bring the relevancy in the system. When the students, nowadays students, having mobile in their hand, and a big guru like Google Guru, which challenges our job now, teacher's job. Anything, any information for that matter, in any field, at any time, as much as he wants, is available readily. Then what is the role of a teacher? So now probably the role of a teacher becomes very important only in facilitating the students. What is available, where is available, what is relevant, what is to be considered, what is not to be considered, to train him in that regard. Probably the role of a teacher is going to be changed a little. So the responsibility of a teacher becomes more relevant now. The teacher education especially, which prepares the teacher, and in turn those teachers preparing the students or the future of this nation, have got lot to do this with this. We, the Nrupatunga University of Bengaluru, a newly born 2.5 years old university, but having 100 years of legacy of Maharaja Mysore, who started an intermediate college in Bengaluru. We wanted to make use of this. Therefore, we applied for this 4 years integrated BSc B.Ed program, because basically we are being the science college, 100 years old science college. We have offered 2 major subjects which aligns with the whatever madam has already given the presentation, and we are thinking of having 2 parts: the students willing to take the life science stream and the students willing to take the physical science streams. And of course the computer science, mathematics and such subjects are available. Now, so in this regard, we are very new to this field, to be frank with you, because my background is engineering and my teacher's background is science. However, we are interested to start this one program because BSc B.Ed program as per NEP, therefore we have applied and got it. Therefore, orientation is indeed required. It is to be, if it is to be delivered, the program, if it is to be delivered meaningfully, the teachers, of course, they require some orientation, for which we are very much thankful to this RIE who are conducting this kind of program. So another challenge for the teachers nowadays, be it be the teachers of engineering, be it the teachers of science or arts, commerce, whatever it is, the entire system, our system, the prevailing system, is more of exam and mark centric. We are very much worried about the figures, numbers, first class, distinction, 70, 90, 99.9, whether it is grade or marks, whatever it is. There is a need to change from this thinking to the knowledge centric. We have been always putting pressure on our children to score as much as possible. Why 99.9? Why not 100 out of 100? We are putting a lot of pressure, both the parents and the teachers, and all are putting the pressure. This is to go. Is that the knowledge actually? It's a number game. It's a number game. So we have to move from that number game to real knowledge centric educational system, wherein we have to focus more on the real life problems. We may have to train the students how to solve or how to address the societal problems with the knowledge he has gained in the colleges. Therefore, you should be given some hands-on training, such as learning through solving the problem. Learning through solving the problem. Given a problem, asking him to find the different solutions, comparing them, and then deciding the which is the best one for the given situation. If this is the way of learning, he will find relevance between what he has learned and what he is going to do in future. Otherwise, there will be always what we talk about, the gap between the education and the industry and the society as a whole. Therefore, this has to go. Now, the primary responsibility of all the teachers is to make the students learn on this basis. We may have to go for different pedagogy also. We are all very much accustomed with chalk and talk way of teaching, which has to go now, because students have plenty of exposures as far as internet is concerned, ICTs are concerned. Therefore, we may have to change the different pedagogy, switching on to different methods of teaching. It may be brainstorming, it may be question answer, it may be street play sometimes, whatever way in which we can very effectively transform the knowledge. I again remember here one thing. The software industry like Wipro, they designed one program called Mission 10X, wherein they used to teach even subject like art, science, commerce, engineering also, through some games, through some street plays, through some say a brainstorming kind of thing, in a very different way. Because now the students are fed up with the chalk and talk method. They don't appreciate it. Therefore, there is a need to invent. Probably there is a more stress on that pedagogy even in NEP. Therefore, we may have to go for that and invent different ways in which we can transfer the knowledge very effectively to the students. Why the attendance in the classroom is day by day decreasing? We know whichever this one, except those institutions where it is made compulsory. Of course, for the sake of attendance, may be sitting, but we don't know how many of them are really interested in the classes or the lectures we deliver. Let us be very frank. So, taking this into account, we have to think of making the students, not because of the compulsion of the attendance, but because of the very interest we create in them, in the lessons or the examples or the pedagogy, whatever it is, we have to attract them and see that without any compulsion or without such rules, the students attend the classes. There is a lot of need. Probably the B.Ed programs and such teachers training programs will help us to make this. They have to take this into very seriously and bring the transformation in this system of delivering the knowledge to the students, that which we really should be appreciated. So, as a step towards that, I think the Regional Institute of Education of Mysuru, and of course, along with their central support, they are doing this program. It's really useful for all of us who are the part of this program, and we will definitely take every bit of it. And thanks a lot, ma'am. And we keep on bothering you about any confusions we have in delivering this program effectively. Thank you, Ananda.
Thank you, Professor, for the enlightening speech. We are delighted to listen from you, sir. Definitely, this ITEP is going to be a long way to improvement the quality of teacher education in the country. Now, we will have the facilitation of chief guest as well as madam. May I ask Sujata to please come over the stage. First, we may facilitate Professor Srinivas S. Bali. And then gift. Yeah, lady. Now we may move to facilitate our member secretary, madam. Sir, please, Srikanth sir will also. No problem, sir. We will not have any other opportunity. Yeah. Yeah, but even then. Thank you everyone for this facilitation session to witness. Now we will have a program shuffle. The members in the dais will go to the front stage of this, and we may ask the experts to come over the dais. First, I will call upon Professor C.K. Saluja sir, Pankaj Arora madam, Indu Prasad. Sorry. Pankaj Arora. Yeah. Indu Prasad madam. Yeah, remove. New one we should keep. And also Professor P.C. Agarwal ji. So we'll have the experts' views and reflection on the draft and the finalized curriculum framework for 4-year integrated teacher education. The implementing team may have various questions. They may have various queries. This is the occasion where they can clarify. I think please make use this particular session. For that purpose only we are organizing this sharing session. Now the stage is open to them. You can have mics. Sorry, we didn't make this.
I'm also a member of core committee.
Yeah. Sorry, didn't mention that.
Hello, hello.
Go there. बैठ कर हो नहीं पाता इससे बैठ कर होता ही नहीं सबको सादर नमस्कार। धन्यवाद भी कि इस कार्यक्रम को यहाँ आयोजित किया गया और जैसा कि अभी पहले सत्र में ही स्पष्ट किया गया था, इट वॉज वेरी मच क्लैरिफाइड कि यह शिक्षा नीति शिक्षक शिक्षा को लेकर, टीचर एजुकेशन को लेकर सबसे अधिक चर्चा करती है। आई थिंक इट इज फर्स्ट टाइम, पहली बार मैंने देखा शिक्षा नीति में पूरे 2 अध्याय, फुल 2 चैप्टर्स आर ऑन टीचर एजुकेशन, शिक्षक शिक्षा को लेकर है। अध्याय 5 शिक्षक शिक्षा के संदर्भ में शिक्षक का स्वरूप क्या हो, व्हाट शुड बी द नेचर और द फॉर्म ऑफ टीचर। एंड देन चैप्टर 15 उनकी पूरी बनाने की प्रक्रिया की चर्चा करती है। एंड नॉट ओनली दिस, ईच एंड एवरी चैप्टर इज टॉकिंग ऑफ टीचर एजुकेशन। प्रत्येक अध्याय शिक्षक शिक्षा को लेकर कर रहा है। प्रथम अध्याय में विशेष रूप से कहा गया, यदि संपूर्ण शिक्षा को हम परिवर्तित करना चाहते हैं, इफ वी वांट टू रियली change the scenario of teachers, then teacher education has to be emphasized. शिक्षक शिक्षा को महत्व देना होगा। इंट्रोडक्शन के अंतर्गत फिर ECCE को लेकर, बाल शिक्षा को लेकर शिक्षक का स्वरूप कैसा हो, शिक्षण का स्वरूप क्या होगा, उसमें शिक्षक की क्या भूमिका होगी, उसकी चर्चा की गई है। दूसरे अध्याय में और तीसरा जो एक ड्रॉप आउट से जुड़ा हुआ था, अद्भुत है, अबाउट ड्रॉप आउट्स व्हेन दे आर टॉकिंग ऑफ, जो ड्रॉप आउट्स की चर्चा कर रहे हैं
उसमें भी शिक्षक के स्वरूप को, शिक्षक की भूमिका को महत्व दिया गया है। हाउ टीचर कैन इंप्रूव इट। क्यों बच्चे बाहर जा रहे हैं छोड़कर? देयर मे बी इकोनॉमिक रीजंस आल्सो, देयर मे बी सोशल रीजंस आल्सो, सामाजिक और अन्य आर्थिक कारण भी हो सकते हैं, लेकिन उनको भी अगर शिक्षक चाहता है तो परिवर्तित कर सकता है। चतुर्थ अध्याय, द फोर्थ चैप्टर, विच इज रिलेटेड टू पेडागोजिकल इश्यूज। पेडागोजी से जब जुड़ा हुआ है, आई थिंक ईच एंड एवरी पैराग्राफ इज टॉकिंग ऑफ टीचर्स, व्हाट टाइप ऑफ टीचर, किस प्रकार से शिक्षक की भूमिका होनी चाहिए। इवन फिफ्थ चैप्टर पूरा है, सिक्स इंक्लूशन का प्रश्न उठाता है। इस प्रकार से हर चैप्टर, इवन इन उच्च शिक्षा, इन हायर एजुकेशन, अगेन दे आर टॉकिंग ऑफ टीचर्स। और मुझे लगता है कि जब भी किसी से बात की जाती है तो बहुत स्पष्ट रूप से निकल कर आता है कि शिक्षक की सफलता ही वस्तुतः हमारी शिक्षा की सफलता होनी चाहिए। कीपिंग दैट थिंग इन माइंड, दिस पॉलिसी इज टॉकिंग ऑफ टीचर एजुकेशन। मैंने जो ऑब्जर्व किया, जो मैंने एक बिंदु देखा कि यह शिक्षा नीति हमारी उन सभी समस्याओं का समाधान देती है, उन सभी आरोपों के ऊपर चर्चा करती है जो अब तक हम इस शिक्षा पर लगाते रहे हैं, और उसके कहीं ना कहीं कोर में, हृदय में शिक्षक की चर्चा उठती रही है। तया दृष्टि यदि पश्यामि, उस दृष्टि से अगर मैं देखता हूं तो मुझे लगता है कि यह अपने आप में महत्वपूर्ण विषय भी है, और उस दृष्टि से पूरे भारत में इस कार्यक्रम को रखा गया है। और एक महत्वपूर्ण बिंदु जो निकला इसमें, इट इज पायलट स्टडी। हमने कुछ 42 संस्थाओं को, भी सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटीज को, सेंटर या फिर जो फुल फ्लेज विश्वविद्यालय के रूप में कार्य कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि दिस पॉलिसी इज टॉकिंग ऑफ integration. I will say, why is it integration? Why it is called integrated or integrated education teacher program? क्यों कहा गया है? और बहुत अच्छी बात यही रही कि सोचा गया था कहां कहां प्रॉब्लम्स आती हैं। आपके प्रश्न हमें नए उत्तरों को खोजने का भी परामर्श देते हैं और कई संकेत देते हैं। अगर एक पूरे भारत में लागू करना है तो एक बार सभी स्थानों पर जाकर देखें तो सही उसकी स्थिति है क्या। एकदम किसी कार्यक्रम को लागू कर देने से बहुत सारी समस्याएं हमारे सामने खड़ी होती हैं। तो इसलिए इसे आईटेप के रूप में शुरू किया गया। इस प्रोग्राम को हमने पायलट के रूप में लिया एनसीटी में, और एक बहुत बड़ा ये अनुमान लगा सकते हैं कितना परिश्रम इसमें करना पड़ रहा है। इसलिए ये प्रोग्राम भी दिया गया है, उन्हें सजेस्टिव कहा गया है, परामर्श रूप में है। शिक्षा पर 1 लाख से ऊपर परामर्श आए थे, इस शिक्षा नीति पर भी आए थे। और फिर मजेदार बात बनती है कि इसके बाद भी 2 चीजें और जोड़ी गई, जिनका संकेत माननीय सेक्रेटरी महोदया ने दिया, शिल्पा जी ने, NMM नेशनल मेंटर मिशन के रूप में, और NPST नेशनल प्रोफेशनल स्टैंडर्ड्स ऑफ टीचर्स। शिक्षकों के स्तर क्या हो, वो डॉक्यूमेंट जब आपके सामने आएगा आप देखेंगे कि एक शिक्षक का कैसा रूप चाहिए, और इस शिक्षा नीति ने किस रूप में उसे देने का प्रश्न उठाया है। इसका अर्थ ये बना, ये आईटेप उन दोनों को भी अपने ध्यान में रखता है कि शिक्षक को क्या पहुंचाना है। पैडागोजी उसी से जुड़ी है जिसकी चर्चा माननीय पंकज जी करेंगे। एबिलिटी एनहांसमेंट की बच्चे में एक बहुत मजेदार बात निकलती है। इस अगर मैं शिक्षा नीति को देखता हूं तो पूरी शिक्षा नीति के 4 आधारभूत सिद्धांत मुझे दिखाई देते हैं। देयर आर सो मेनी, लेकिन 4 बातें एजम्पशन के रूप में, मान्यता के रूप में है। पहला है, हर बच्चा अपने आप में बहुत सारी क्षमताओं से युक्त है। ईच एंड एवरी चाइल्ड इज फुल ऑफ एनर्जीज। ही इज नॉट ब्लैंक स्लेट, ही और शी इज नॉट ब्लैंक स्लेट, कोरी स्लेट नहीं है जिसे हमें बीएड के पाठ्यक्रम में बार बार स्किनर को पढ़ाकर अथवा पावलोव को बताकर या उसके इंप्रूवमेंट, उसके संशोधन को लेकर वहां हम समझ नहीं पाए। हमने समझा वही शिक्षण है। शिक्षण वही नहीं था केवल, उन्होंने कहा कि प्रारंभिक स्तर पर यह होना चाहिए, उसके बाद तो बच्चे की ऊर्जा काम आनी चाहिए। That's why the very first principle of this policy, if you see, lastly, अंत में जो 25-26 सिद्धांत दिए गए हैं, पहला सिद्धांत यही है, ऑब्जर्व द चाइल्ड, बच्चे को देखिए. इट्स वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग. दिस पॉलिसी इज टॉकिंग ऑफ ऑब्जर्वेशन. इसलिए जब इसने असेसमेंट की बात की तो असेसमेंट फॉर्मेटिव असेसमेंट कहा, और असेसमेंट तब तक नहीं हो सकता जब तक ऑब्जर्व नहीं किया जाए. इट इज नॉट ओनली पेन एंड पेंसिल टेस्टिंग. सो सी द चाइल्ड, बच्चे को देखिए, उसकी ऊर्जा को पहचाने दीजिए. फिर कहता है रिकॉग्नाइज, बच्चे की जो एनर्जीज है उसको मान्यता दीजिए, और फिर उन्हें विकसित करने के उपाय सोचिए, हाउ टू डेवलप. एंड दैट इज अगेन वेरी मच क्लैरिफाइड इन द फर्स्ट सेंटेंस ऑफ द पॉलिसी. ये पॉलिसी की बात मैं इसलिए कर रहा हूं, ये जो आईटेप बना है प्रिंसिपल्स को लेकर बना है. Why it is integrated, I will give you a long list, not explain. मैं इसकी व्याख्या नहीं करूंगा. There are so many things to say. My colleagues will say. लेकिन यह पॉलिसी पहले सिद्धांत में कहती है, पहले वाक्य में कहती है, हर बच्चे को पूर्ण रूप से विकसित करना शिक्षा का लक्ष्य होना चाहिए. Every person should be fully developed. और एक स्थान पर कहती है कि यह शिक्षा नीति दो तरह से जुड़ रही है, प्राचीन भारत की परंपराओं को और 21वीं सदी के कौशलों को. Our Indian knowledge system and plus 21st century skills, 21वीं सदी के कौशल. कहां प्राचीनता का प्रश्न और कहां 21वीं सदी का. और मैं कहा करता हूं, हमारी ज्ञान परंपरा काल की दृष्टि से प्राचीन है, परिणाम की दृष्टि से प्राचीन नहीं है. उदाहरण, when policy is first sentence है बच्चे का पूर्ण विकास, ये पूर्ण विकास कहां देखेंगे? What do you mean by that? तो तैत्तिरीय उपनिषद उत्तर देता है, प्राचीन भारत होता है, अन्नमय कोश, प्राणमय कोश, मनोमय कोश, विज्ञानमय कोश और आनंदमय कोश. ये प्राचीन भारत. इसलिए इन पांचों कोशों को विकसित करना. और कोश क्यों कहा? कोश इज नॉट ब्लैंक. कोश का मतलब बंद है, वह यानी ऊर्जा बच्चे के भीतर बंद है. शिक्षा अपने सिद्धांतों के द्वारा, अपने स्वरूप के द्वारा उसका उद्घाटन करेगी. इट विल ओपन. नॉट टाइम टू एक्सप्लेन इट, बट सी हाउ दिस पॉलिसी इज टॉकिंग. बहुत ही अच्छा प्रश्न उठाया था वाइस चांसलर साहब ने, और उसका उत्तर भी दिया कि शिक्षक की भूमिका क्या होगी. और इसी का उत्तर इस शिक्षा नीति ने अपने तीसरे अनुच्छेद में दिया, इन थर्ड पैराग्राफ. इट सेज देयर, ठीक है अध्यापक पढ़ाएगा, कहा गया है चिल्ड्रन शुड लर्न व्हाट इज टॉट देयर. बट नेक्स्ट सेंटेंस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, और यह डॉक्यूमेंट उस पर बेस्ड होगा. वो है दे शुड ऑल्सो लर्न हाउ टू लर्न. वो यह भी सीखे कैसे सीखा जाता है. दैट इज द आंसर ऑफ दैट क्वेश्चन. अध्यापक की भूमिका क्या होगी? और मैं इसका उत्तर कई बार रामायण से दिया करता हूं. लक्ष्मण मूर्छित हैं, संजीवनी लेने के लिए जाते हैं, पूरा पहाड़ लेकर चले आते हैं, क्योंकि बताया गया था कि वहां दीपक की तरह प्रकाश होगा. पूरे पहाड़ पर ही प्रकाश था. पूरा पहाड़ लेकर आ जाते हैं. फिर वैद्य उठते हैं कि यह संजीवनी है. तो मैं कहा करता हूं, गूगल ने बच्चों के सामने ज्ञान का पहाड़ रख दिया है. अध्यापक का कार्य है उसमें चुनना क्या क्या है. दैट इज अ टीचर्स रोल. बच्चे की ऊर्जा को पहचाने तो सही. इस तरह से शिक्षा नीति ने बहुत से प्रश्नों के उत्तर दिए हैं. मैंने कहा था कि बच्चे के भीतर क्या है, एबिलिटी एनहांसमेंट, उसकी चर्चा माननीय इंदू जी करेंगे, आप वाइस चांसलर हाजीम जी प्रेम जी के. और एक लंबा अनुभव प्रकाश जी के पास है. क्या हमारा प्रायोगिक कार्य स्कूल के साथ एक्सपीरियंस, विद्यालय के साथ अनुभव कैसे हो सकते हैं? School experience. This policy is again and again talking of experiential learning. Many books have come on now, experiential learning. माननीय प्रकाश जी उस पर चर्चा करेंगे. मैं दो मुख्य बिंदु पर आपसे चर्चा करूंगा, एक तो फाउंडेशनल के बारे में और थोड़ा सा इंटीग्रेशन, क्योंकि आज सुबह एक प्रश्न आया था. वी वर डिस्कसिंग, हम आपस में बातचीत कर रहे थे, दिनेश जी बैठे थे, पंकज जी थे, कि कुछ लोग कहते हैं व्हाट डू यू मीन बाय इंटीग्रेशन, क्या मतलब है इंटीग्रेशन का. तो मेरी इस शिक्षा नीति ने इंटीग्रेशन कैसे देखा है, आई एम टॉकिंग ऑफ दैट वन, बट ओनली इन हिज रूट. सबसे पहली बात, इट इज टॉकिंग ऑफ 5+3+3+4. अब चारों को इकट्ठा किया गया है, स्तरों को, इन्हें अलग अलग नहीं देखा गया है. यानी आप जो साइकोलॉजी भी पढ़ेंगे तो प्रारंभिक 5 वर्ष का मनोविज्ञान क्या होगा और अंत में जाकर सेकेंडरी के स्कूल्स का मनोविज्ञान क्या होगा, इंटीग्रेशन इन दिस सेंस. Then it is talking of, it's very important, first time I have seen the beautiful proverb has been used. एक बहुत ही सुंदर वाक्य जोड़ा गया है भाषा पर. It says teaching the language means empowering the child. बच्चे को भाषा सिखाने का अर्थ है बच्चे को सशक्त बनाना. और हम देखते समाज में अभी तक यही हो रहा था, भाषा को अतिरिक्त मान लिया गया था. दिस पॉलिसी इज टॉकिंग पहले 5 वर्ष 5 सी व्हाट हैव दे सीन, यू सी ईसीसी करिकुलम. पुस्तकें नहीं होंगी, खेल होंगे, बच्चा पढ़े रहेगा घर में विद्यालय से पूर्व, और ये देना पड़ा 5, यानी नाउ इट इज constitutional because article 45 of the constitution of India is talking of pre-schooling, यानी पहले 5 वर्ष बच्चे को शिक्षा देने का अर्थ है संविधान के इस बिंदु को संपूर्ण करना कि प्री स्कूलिंग होनी चाहिए. फिर पहली और दूसरी, फर्स्ट एंड सेकेंड, एंड इट इज रियली इंटरेस्टिंग. प्राचीन भारत की शिक्षा यही थी. इन एंशिएंट इंडिया education that we say today is not was education, that is विद्या. लेकिन प्राचीन काल में शिक्षा का अर्थ क्या था, भाषा की शिक्षा. यही कारण है इस शिक्षा नीति ने पहले 5 वर्ष को कहा फाउंडेशनल लिटरेसी, आधारभूत साक्षरता, यानी बच्चे को साक्षर बनाइए, भाषा सिखाइए, लेकिन भाषा के साथ साथ क्या चाहिए, कुछ गणना चाहिए. इसे न्यूमरेसी, फाउंडेशनल लिटरेसी एंड न्यूमरेसी. Numeracy is not गणित, numeracy is तर्क, logic. What a beauty! कितने सुंदर रूप से शिक्षा नीति ने कहा. In that way, integration of languages, और संविधान में 17वां अध्याय 17th chapter fully and 19th article is talking of language as a fundamental right. बच्चा को अभिव्यक्त तो कर सके. आज कहां प्रॉब्लम आई है, अध्यापक का काम कहां बड़ा है. एवरी पर्सन इज रिसीविंग द मैसेजेस. आपके पास फोन है, सारा दिन सुन रहे हैं, यहां तक कि फोन सुनते हैं, कानों में कुछ लगा देते हैं, दूसरे को नहीं सुन पाते हैं. संवाद ही नहीं है, बातचीत ही नहीं है, माता पिता के पास बातचीत नहीं है. वी आर टॉकिंग ऑन फोन्स. कितना समय भारत का मैसेजेस को डिलीट करने में लगता है. कैन यू इमेजिन हाउ मच टाइम आर वी वेस्टिंग. नो वन हैज टाइम टू स्पीक टू समवन. हाँ, यह हूं तक रुक गया है. दिस पॉलिसी इज टॉकिंग हर बच्चे को अभिव्यक्ति करने का अवसर देना चाहिए. इसलिए कहते हैं आर्ट ओरिएंटेड एजुकेशन, आर्ट इंटीग्रेटेड. देन इट इज टॉकिंग ऑफ गेम्स इंटीग्रेटेड. और गेम्स खेल नहीं है, वहां शब्द जोड़ा गया है. गेम्स मूल रूप से समाधान खोजने की प्रक्रिया है, हम कैसे जीते, और दूसरा निर्णय लेने की प्रक्रिया है, वो पावर ऑफ डिसीजन है, हाउ टू टेक डिसीजन, मुझे किस पर कौन सा स्टेप लेना चाहिए. इन दिस सेंस ऑल्सो इंटीग्रेशन, आर्ट इंटीग्रेशन एंड गेम्स इंटीग्रेटेड. Then, as I told, I hinted, it is talking of integration of ancient Indian एजुकेशन सिस्टम और द लाइफ स्टाइल, बहुत सारी बातें उसमें तो नहीं कहूंगा, लेकिन एक उदाहरण बड़ा मजेदार देता हूं. दिस पॉलिसी इज गिविंग स्ट्रेस ऑन रिसर्च. मैं कहा करता हूं रिसर्च है, यानी रिसर्च से पहले सर्च की आवश्यकता होगी, खोजने की आवश्यकता होगी. इफ सर्च इज देयर देन इट विल बी रिसर्च. और प्राचीन भारत कहते हैं आचार्य पूर्वरूपम अंत्यवासी उत्तरोपम विद्या संधि प्रवचनम संधानम. बच्चे को पढ़ाना शिक्षण की पति संधान है, सर्च है. बच्चा कितना जानता है, मुझे वहां कहां लेकर जाना है, यह अध्यापक का कार्य होगा. दिस इज द साइन ऑफ द टीचर. हर बच्चा बहुत जानता है, दे आर नॉट ब्लैंक स्लेट. आई हैव सीन सो मेनी चिल्ड्रन, दे नो मेनी थिंग्स बट नो कंट्रोल ओवर लैंग्वेज. भाषा पर अधिकार नहीं था, परिणामतः वे बात लिख नहीं पाते थे, और जब उन्हें समझाता है कि प्रश्न यह है कि तो उत्तर हम लिख लेंगे. व्हाट ए ब्यूटी. तो संधान चाहिए, यानी प्राचीन भारतीय परंपरा में सर्च को संधान कहा गया, और कहा गया पढ़ाने की पद्धति संधान होगी, सर्च होगी. अब उसको नए युग में कैसे अनुपालित करोगे, वो ही सर्च है इन न्यू कंडीशंस. क्या बात है, कैसे सर्च को इंटीग्रेट कर दिया गया. Then this policy is talking of integration of different schools in the form of clusters. The whole 7th chapter is on this one. RIE के साथ बहुत से विद्यालय जुड़ सकते हैं. हमारा डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन स्कूल तो होगा ही, और भी कई विद्यालयों की भूमिका उसके साथ जुड़ेगी. हो सकता है कि एक गेम्स टीचर एक ना हो, दूसरे स्कूल से लाया जा सकता है. इट इज इंटीग्रेशन इन द टाइप ऑफ different schools or the institutions who will work together. जिसे एजुकेशन टेक्नोलॉजी में टीम टीचिंग कहा गया है, उस तरह से इसकी चर्चा की गई है. Then pedagogy is not methodology. Pedagogy is understanding the child plus understanding the nature of the subject. जब इन दोनों को जोड़ा जाता है, बच्चे का स्वरूप क्या है, बच्चे की क्षमता क्या है, बच्चे की प्रकृति क्या है, बच्चे की नेचर क्या है, विषय का स्वरूप क्या है. इतिहास पढ़ाना होगा तो तिथियां बतानी पड़ जाएंगी. राजनीति विज्ञान पढ़ाना होगा तो संविधान को लाना पड़ेगा. विज्ञान पढ़ाना होगा तो प्रयोग को लाना पड़ेगा. लाइफ साइंसेस पढ़ानी होगी, आपको उपवन में बात जाकर बच्चों को फूल दिखाने होंगे. ज्योग्राफी पढ़ानी होगी तो पहाड़ों पर ले जाना पड़ेगा. इकोनॉमिक्स पढ़ानी होगी तो समाचार पत्रों में इकोनॉमिक्स टाइम्स को पढ़ाने की चर्चा उठेगी. आई थिंक इन दैट वे इट इज क्वेश्चन ऑफ इंटीग्रेशन. कैसे डिफरेंट सब्जेक्ट्स को जोड़ा जा सकता है, और उसके साथ बच्चे को और विषय के स्वरूप का इंटीग्रेशन कैसे हो सकता है. देन इट इज टॉकिंग ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी, हाउ टू यूज टेक्नोलॉजी. ब्यूटीफुली इट वॉज रिमार्क्ड. मैं कहा करता हूं बच्चों को मोबाइल देखना सिखाइए. आप रोकेंगे, उनके पास बहुत सारे उपाय हैं छिपाने के लिए. दे आर बेटर देन. हमारी तो पेन ड्राइव फुल है, बच्चों की पेन ड्राइव अभी खाली है. दे कैन थिंक मोर. हमारे मस्तिष्क की पेन ड्राइव फुल है, न जाने कितनी प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, कितनी समस्याएं हैं. सुबह बता रहे थे श्रीकांत जी कि जब मैं यहां को आया कितना चैलेंज था मेरे सामने. हम उन्हीं समस्याओं से उलझते हैं. बच्चे तो अध्यापकों को कैसे तंग किया जाता है, इस समस्या से उलझते हैं. उस पर कहीं उन्हें समझना होगा. इंटीग्रेशन ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी, शिक्षा नीति ने तो यहां तक कह दिया है ड्रॉप आउट्स और दिव्यांग जिसे कहते हैं इंक्लूशन के लिए टेक्नोलॉजी का कैसे उपयोग किया जाना चाहिए. होल चैप्टर इज गिवन ऑन टेक्नोलॉजी. ये सामान्य बिंदु नहीं था. इंटीग्रेशन ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी एटसेट्रा. देन इट इज टॉकिंग ऑफ प्रैक्टिकल एंड सर्वे. यह केवल सिद्धांत नहीं बता रही है, यह उसके साथ सर्वेक्षण करवा रही है. बच्चे को फील्ड में जाना होगा. मुझसे किसी ने बात की हम ऑनलाइन चलाएंगे बीएड को, वर्चुअल जाएंगे. मैंने कहा नहीं होगा. प्राय मैं अपने सीआई में, पंकज जी बताएंगे आपको, मैंने गलत तुम्हें कहा बताएंगे, मैं कहा करता था बच्चे के चेहरे को पहचाने। हर बच्चा बहुत सारी ऊर्जाओं से युक्त है, इसलिए कहता था एक बच्चे को पढ़ने के लिए हर शब्द पढ़ना होगा। बच्चा अपने आप में पूरी पुस्तक है। चाइल्ड इज ए बुक विच इज टू बी रेड वर्ड बाय वर्ड। एक बच्चा पूर्ण पुस्तक है जिसे शब्दशः पढ़ना होगा। अगेन ईच एंड एवरी पर्सन इज फुल ऑफ एनर्जीज और पेक्युलियरिटीज। मुख्य बिंदुओं से परिपूर्ण है। इसलिए कहा करता था सौंदर्य सर्वत्र व्याप्त है, उसे ग्रहण करने के लिए दृष्टि चाहिए। ब्यूटी एग्जिस्ट एवरीवेयर, व्हाट वी नीड आईज टू परसीव इट। कितने सुंदर रूप से इसने प्रैक्टिकम को जिया है। आप देखेंगे इस करिकुलम में हर कोर्स के बाद जो प्रैक्टिकम दिए हैं वो सर्वेक्षण पर आधारित है। मुझे बड़ा अद्भुत लगता था जब शिक्षक ही नहीं, विद्यार्थी ही, शिक्षक भी यह नहीं जान पाए कि भैया कौन सा वो कारण है कि संविधान में 12 दिसंबर 2002 को 86वें संशोधन के द्वारा शिक्षा को 45 के स्थान पर 21 बना दिया गया। Why 21A? Right to education. It was 45. कोई नया नहीं बना सकते थे, 21A ही क्यों बनाया? तो आपको आश्चर्य होगा। अधिकतर अध्यापकों को नहीं पता 21A क्यों आया है। फिर बताना पड़ता है कि देखो 1994 में एक आंध्र प्रदेश का केस था, एजुकेशन एज ए फंडामेंटल राइट, और वहां कहा गया लाइफ इज माई फंडामेंटल राइट, और इस जीवन को अच्छी तरह से जीने के लिए शिक्षा की आवश्यकता है। इसलिए शिक्षा साधन है उस जीवन के अधिकार को पाने का। इसलिए इट इज 21A। 21 इज राइट टू लाइफ एंड 21A इज एजुकेशन। क्या मेरे बच्चों को यह पता होना चाहिए कि नहीं होना चाहिए? हमारा एक्ट आया है 2009 में। हर एक टीचर एजुकेटर को पता होना चाहिए, हर शिक्षा के विद्यार्थी को पता होना चाहिए कौन कौन से वे क्लॉजेज हैं जिनके स्थान पर हमें फिर परिवर्तन लाना होगा। हमारे यहां EVS पढ़ा तो देते हैं, बट even teachers are not knowing environmental education as legal issue है। It is based on 1986 Act, Environmental Act. It is based on Noise Act. It is based on Air Pollution Act. इस शिक्षा नीति के अंतर्गत उन बिंदुओं को भी लिया गया है एक विद्यार्थी को लीगलिटीज के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से, बिकॉज नाउ एजुकेशन इज नॉट योर एंड माई विल। आपकी मेरी और नैतिकता नहीं है, ये केवल मोरालिटी नहीं है। चाइल्ड इज गेटिंग दिस राइट थ्रू आर्टिकल 21A एंड शिक्षा दिस एजुकेशन इज गिवन अंडर एक्ट 2009। एक शिक्षक को पता होना चाहिए, एक विद्यार्थी को भी पता होना चाहिए। इस दृष्टि से भी यह हमारा ITEP का कार्यक्रम इंटीग्रेटेड है। इट इज टॉकिंग ऑफ इंक्लूशन। इंक्लूशन इज नॉट ओनली दिव्यांग। इंक्लूशन को बड़ा अर्थ लिया है। अगर मेरी कक्षा में बैठकर बच्चा मेरी भाषा को नहीं समझ पा रहा, वो एक्सक्लूड हो गया। इंक्लूड करना होगा। इसलिए शिक्षा नीति कहती है अध्यापक द्विभाषी होना चाहिए। इस दृष्टि से भी है इंटीग्रेटेड है। इट इज टॉकिंग ऑफ एक बड़े सीनियर टीचर्स को कैसे मेंटर बनना चाहिए और किस प्रकार से अध्यापक चाहे छोटी आयु हो, अगर वो जानता है उसे क्यों ना इंचार्ज बना दिया जाए। इट इज टॉकिंग ऑफ MMM NPST। सो पॉलिसी इट इज नॉट ओनली ITEP, ये तीन बातों से जुड़ा है। ITEP प्लस MMM प्लस NPST, ये उस दृष्टि से भी इंटीग्रेटेड है। As I told, it is based on ability enhancement. It is there. Choice based का भी प्रश्न इसमें दिया गया है। उस दृष्टि से भी इंटीग्रेटेड है। स्कूल एक्सपीरियंस ही जुड़ा हुआ है। फिर इट इज टॉकिंग ऑफ फॉर्मेटिव असेसमेंट। फॉर्मेटिव असेसमेंट मैंने थोड़ा संकेत दिया है। असेसमेंट का अर्थ अंक देना नहीं होता है, पास फेल करना नहीं होता है। हम बच्चे के अगर हाथ भी उठाता है, हाथ उठाने पर देख लो वो क्या करेगा, क्या करना चाहेगा, इस प्रकार का अनुमान लगाना उसके एक्शन से, वह भी असेसमेंट है। what child will do. In that way, it is again integrated with UGC curriculum. It is coming from there, और हमने कही dual degree होगी, तो UGC के curriculum से भी integrated है. Again, it is with community engagement. From that angle, it is integrated. And then it is talking of, it's very interesting, which you will something understand newly in this. We tried, अभी हो सकता है मैंने पूरा देखा नहीं, उसके बाद क्या हुआ? We are not giving the full book lists. वो हम किताबों के बारे में एक अलग रेफरेंसेस देने की चर्चा कर रहे हैं. बुक्स विल बी एनसीईआरटी एटसेट्रा एटसेट्रा वो दे दी जाएंगी, एनसीटी एनसीईआरटी स्टेट एससीईआरटी का दिया जाएगा, लेकिन हमने अलग अलग नहीं दिया. बिकॉज व्हेन वी गिव बुक्स, लिस्ट ऑफ बुक्स आइदर हिंदी और इंग्लिश, मैंने कहा लीव इट. वहां लिखा है हर स्टेट में अध्यापक अपनी भाषा में लिखी हुई पुस्तकों को भी संदर्भ में दे. दे शुड गिव रेफरेंस ऑफ दैट वन. अगेन इन दैट वे इट इज इंटीग्रेटेड. ये 22 भाषाओं को इंक्लूड करने का प्रश्न उठाता है. सो वी आर नॉट गिवन ए लॉन्ग लिस्ट ऑफ बुक्स. कहीं कहीं आई हैं, बट इट इज टॉकिंग इन दैट वे आल्सो. देन इट इज टॉकिंग ऑफ 70+30. यूजीसी और आईटेप आने के बाद 30% दे कैन चेंज आल्सो. इन दैट वे इट इज इंटीग्रेटेड. इट इज अगेन टॉकिंग ऑफ आउटसाइड द क्लासरूम. शिक्षण केवल कक्षा में नहीं होता, बाहर भी होता है. मेरा तो विचार है बच्चा न जाने कितने अनुभव बाहर से अंदर लेकर आता है, उसे क्या दिशा दी जा सकती है, उस फॉर्म में भी यह इंटीग्रेटेड है. आई ट्राई टू एक्सप्लेन इन शॉर्ट. दिस ITEP is integrated ITEP. What do we mean by integration? Which factors have been integrated? किन तत्वों को इसमें समाहित किया गया है? अब मैं यहाँ क्योंकि संस्कृत विश्वविद्यालय के भी अध्यापक बैठे हैं, वो कहेंगे भवन्तः अस्माकं संस्कृत भाषा न उक्तवन्तः, संस्कृतस्य सिद्धान्तः अपि अत्र उक्ताः सन्ति, संस्कृतस्य पुस्तकानि अपि उक्तानि सन्ति, अनेन प्रकारेण एषः एकीकृतः पाठ्यक्रमः, केवलम् एकदृष्ट्या एव एषः पाठ्यक्रमः न अस्ति. तो संस्कृत भी इसमें एकीकृत है. एनीहाउ, इस तरह से मैंने इंटीग्रेशन का शब्द का प्रयोग किया है. फिर अपनी थोड़ी सी बात कहकर फिर मेरे साथी आपके सामने बात करेंगे. द फाउंडेशनल कोर्सेज. फाउंडेशनल कोर्सेज में बेसिकली कुछ लिए गए हैं, जैसे सोशियोलॉजिकल पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से, साइकोलॉजिकल पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से, मनोवैज्ञानिक दृष्टिकोण से, फिर सामाजिक दृष्टिकोण से, और 2 बातें और इसमें दी गई. दर्शन को लिया गया है. दर्शन में केवल और केवल प्राचीन आधुनिक दर्शन नहीं है, प्राचीन दर्शन भी आए हैं. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, व्हाट डू यू मीन बाय नॉलेज? नॉलेज इज नॉट ओनली इन अ मॉडर्न कंटेक्स्ट, इट इज आल्सो गिवन संस्कृत साहित्य में या प्राचीन भारत में या बौद्ध दर्शन में या जैन दर्शन में या सिख दर्शन में या इस्लामी धर्म में ज्ञान किसे कहा गया है? उन्हें भी लिया गया है. ये इसी तरह से मनोविज्ञान और दर्शन का क्या संबंध है, इस बिंदु को भी वहां लेने का प्रयास किया गया है. कुछ पाठ्यक्रम आवश्यक रूप से लिए गए हैं. आप अपना जब करिकुलम खोलकर देख सकते हैं पेज 23 पर, 22-23. देखिए, सेमेस्टर 1 में यानी बच्चा जब फर्स्ट ईयर में होगा, इवोल्यूशन ऑफ इंडियन एजुकेशन, इस पेपर को रखा गया है. इट इज बट नेचुरल. बच्चा भारत की शिक्षा को देखे तो सही, समझे तो सही. दिस हैज बीन टेकन केयर ऑफ द वेरी फर्स्ट 2.1 पेपर, इवोल्यूशन ऑफ इंडियन एजुकेशन. तो भारत में आधुनिक शिक्षा, मध्यकालीन शिक्षा और प्राचीन शिक्षा, तीनों की चर्चा वहां की गई है. और यह भी ध्यान रखा गया है कि कोर्स अधिक न हो. कारण है, कहीं कहीं कोर्स अधिक भी हुआ है, देखेंगे उसको क्या कर सकते हैं. क्योंकि शिक्षा नीति ने एक बात कही है, हाउ टू लर्न के सिद्धांत का अर्थ है कोर्स कम किया जाए, कैसे सीखा जाए इस पर बल दिया जाए. वी ट्राइड अवर बेस्ट, लेकिन इसके साथ पढ़ाने में अध्यापक कैसे बाकी विषयों से जोड़ेगा, ये उसे देखना पड़ेगा. देन 2.2 जो सेकेंड ईयर में यानी सेमेस्टर 3 होगा, that is child development and educational psychology. एजुकेशनल साइकोलॉजी हालांकि चाइल्ड डेवलपमेंट उसी का पार्ट आता है, लेकिन विशेष रूप से ये रखा चाइल्ड डेवलपमेंट. एज आई टोल्ड यू, शिक्षा नीति का पहला सिद्धांत यही था, बच्चे का विकास. पहली पंक्ति भी कहती है बच्चे का विकास, इसलिए उसे बल देने के लिए कहा चाइल्ड डेवलपमेंट एंड एजुकेशन साइकोलॉजी. बाकी बात के सिद्धांत हैं, मोटिवेशन की थ्योरी क्या है, लर्निंग के प्रिंसिपल्स क्या हैं, टीचिंग के प्रिंसिपल्स क्या हैं, ऑल दोस थिंग्स विल बी देयर, बट चाइल्ड डेवलपमेंट इज मोर इंपॉर्टेंट. देन 2.3 पैराग्राफ, philosophical and sociological perspective, it is semester 4. First part is basically philosophical perspective और second part इसका नीचे आएगा which is sociological perspective. Then assessment and evaluation, ये आपका semester 6 में, it's very interesting. This policy is using the word assessment again and again, which is part of evaluation. We know there are three terms: examination, evaluation, as well as assessment. Lekin this policy is again talking of assessment, not of evaluation, not of examination. मुझे लगता है हम टीचर्स को भी समझना होगा क्यों असेसमेंट का प्रयोग किया गया है इवेल्युएशन का, क्योंकि इवेल्युएशन का पार्ट बन जाता है असेसमेंट, लेकिन एग्जामिनेशन नहीं. उसका कारण है अभी जो घटनाएं घट रही हैं एग्जाम के नाम पर लेते हैं. बच्चे जो कुछ भी करें, अभी कुछ बच्चों की आत्महत्याओं का चर्चा भी आ रहा है, हमें उसको एग्जामिनेशन, मैं कहा करता हूं परीक्षा प्राण दान की प्रक्रिया बने, परीक्षा प्राण हरण की प्रक्रिया न बन सके. बच्चे को समझकर उसकी कहां गलती है, वो कहां नहीं समझ पा रहा है, उसकी कठिनाई क्या है, उन चीजों को महसूस करना, ध्यान दीजिए शब्द का प्रयोग, महसूस करना, फील करना, फिर उसे दूर करने के प्रयास करना, और वो परीक्षा के द्वारा नहीं आएगा. मैं तो कई बार कहता हूं कि अगर एक बच्चा कोई कक्षा के भीतर 3 बार घड़ी भी देख लेता है तो सोचना पड़ेगा उसको घड़ी देखने की आवश्यकता क्यों पड़ी. अगर बच्चे पीछे बैठकर मोबाइल देखते हैं तो अध्यापक को सोचना चाहिए, उसे आगे बैठाने से काम नहीं चलेगा. होम्योपैथी का उपाय करना पड़ेगा. बीमारी का कारण क्या है, बीमारी के कारण को खोज कर औषधि देना असेसमेंट है. एक बहुत सुंदर हिंदी में मुहावरा है या लोकोक्ति है, पूत के पांव पालने नहीं दिखाई देते हैं, वो असेसमेंट है. बच्चे का हर एक्शन अपने बारे में बहुत कुछ कह देता है, दैट इज असेसमेंट, दैट इज बेस्ड ऑन ऑब्जर्वेशन. इसलिए इस करिकुलम में देखेंगे बच्चे को ऑब्जर्व कैसे किया जाए यह सिखाया जाएगा. वो जब पूरे देश में ओरिएंटेशन होगी हम उसमें एक प्रभावना बनाएंगे, बच्चे को ऑब्जर्व कैसे किया जाना चाहिए. एंड इट्स वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग. हिंदी में और संस्कृत में 2 शब्द चलते हैं, 2 धातु हैं. देखना दृश्य धातु है और ईच धातु गहराई से देखना. इसमें निरीक्षण गहराई से देखना है, जो हृदय में चला जाता है, बाहर से जाए वो पश्चिम से होता है, दृश्य धातु से होता है. तो ईक्षण है वो बच्चे को भीतर तक देखना है, निरीक्षण में वो शब्द बसा हुआ है. तो इसलिए अध्यापकों को ऑब्जर्व करना भी सिखाना होगा, कैसे ऑब्जर्व किया जा सकता है. दैट्स वाई असेसमेंट एंड इवैल्यूएशन. और यहां भी 2 बातें कही गई हैं, असेसमेंट फॉर, असेसमेंट एज एंड असेसमेंट ऑफ. ये तीनों क्यों है, एज, फॉर एंड ऑफ. अध्यापकों को इस बात में भी सोचना होगा, हमारे अपने करिकुलम में इन बिंदुओं को भी बल देना होगा. रेस्ट यू विल सी इन योर करिकुलम. देन इट कम्स इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन. यह भी आपका सेमेस्टर 6 में है. इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन इज नॉट ओनली टॉकिंग ऑफ दिव्यांग. मेरे विद्यार्थी पूरी तरह से कक्षा में जुड़े हैं कि नहीं, all children or the students are involved in the class. Involvement is in the class is question of inclusion. Is it because of my language? For example, I'm talking Hindi, I'm talking in English also. I know if it is a Hindi Pradesh, I will talk in Hindi. I can see here English, but it is not necessary that everyone will understand because many people are there. फिर संस्कृत के लोगों को देखा, 3 हमारे अध्यापक बैठे हैं, इसलिए यदा कदा हम संस्कृतस्य प्रयोगमपि करिष्यामि इति चिंतितम्. So that is inclusion. They will not say कि आपने संस्कृत की बात ही नहीं की, भगवान संस्कृतस्य प्रयोगमेव न कृतवान्. सर्वे जनाः सम्मिलिताः भवेयुः समावेशनं सर्वेषां भवेत् इति समावेशनम्, inclusion इति. So beautifully it has been explained in many ways. You will see there. Then perspectives of school leadership and management. एक कंसेप्ट आवश्यक रूप में लाया गया है. मैनेज करने का मैं बच्चों को इंक्लूशन के बाद आ रहा है, बच्चों को कैसे मैनेज कर सकता हूं कि सारे इंक्लूड हो सके. ईच एंड एवरी टीचर इज ए लीडर. इट्स अ ब्यूटीफुल कोटेज इन संस्कृत. किस हर यानी जिसे हम कहें कि चारों दिशाओं से अच्छे विचार हमारे आमने सामने आने चाहिए. और एक अच्छे लीडर का, इसलिए मैं कई कहा करता हूं, लीडर में एल पहले है. एल मीन्स लिसनर. द लीडर शुड बी गुड लिसनर. हम बिना सुने उन्हें उत्तर देना शुरू कर देते हैं. हम कहते हैं हम सब जान गए आप क्या कहना चाहते हो, ये नहीं चलेगा. तो लिसनिंग इज मस्ट. इसलिए लीडरशिप में क्या क्वालिटीज हैं और कैसे एक अध्यापक लीडर बन सकता है, उस सेंस में इसे देखना होगा. Then it is again talking of 2.7 curriculum planning and development, textbooks, material development, etc. Stage specific. यहाँ stage specific करके, now for example this ITEP is here. If I go to as a teacher educators, I go to a class, M.Ed's class is there, or it may be B.Ed. I will ask them, अगर इसका नीला रंग है, ब्लू कलर है, तो उसके पीछे क्या क्या कारण हो सकते हैं. ये ब्लू कलर किस बात का संकेतक हो सकता है, और उसमें सफेद लिखा हुआ किस बात का संकेतक है. ये हमारा एल्बम किस, यानी पुस्तक को देखना भी तो आना चाहिए ना. हर पाठ का एक शीर्षक है, क्या वही शीर्षक हो सकता है? कैन दैट बी ओनली वन टाइटल? क्या बच्चे नए टाइटल्स नहीं दे सकते? इसने कहा टेक्स्ट बुक को देखना आना चाहिए. एंड इट इज वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग. दिस पॉलिसी इज नॉट टॉकिंग ऑफ वन टेक्स्ट बुक, इट इज टॉकिंग ऑफ टीचर शुड यूज बंच ऑफ टेक्स्ट बुक्स, न्यूज़पेपर्स एटसेट्रा. यानी इस तरह से करिकुलम का मतलब केवल टेक्स्ट बुक नहीं होता, और भी कई चीजें हैं, केवल क्लासरूम नहीं होती, और भी चीजें, उनकी चर्चा इसमें की गई है. यू विल सी. एंड हाउ टू प्लान द करिकुलम. इट इज नॉट नेसेसरी द ऑर्डर विच इज गिवन इन द टेक्स्ट बुक. जिस प्रकार से पुस्तक में पाठों का शीर्षक दिया गया है वही क्रम होगा, आगे पीछे भी किया जा सकता है. उन्हें संबंध स्थापित करना अनिवार्य होगा. वे सारी बातें इसके अंतर्गत आई हुई हैं. देन कम्स फिलोसॉफिकल एंड सोशियोलॉजिकल पर्सपेक्टिव विच इज अगेन S8 सेमेस्टर 8. ये सामाजिकता के है. ये मुख्य रूप से इसे यहां रखा गया. देयर इज ए रीजन फॉर दिस वन. पूरा पढ़ने के बाद क्या शिक्षक वो समाज के साथ जोड़ सकता है कि नहीं? उस आईने में देख सकता है कि नहीं? क्या हमारा पूरा करिकुलम समाज के साथ कैसे जोड़ना चाहिए? एक एक बिंदु पढ़ लिया, अब वो पूरे को मिलाए, उस दृष्टि से इसे यहां रखा गया है. एंड लास्टली इन फाउंडेशन इट इज गिवन देयर एजुकेशनल पॉलिसी एनालिसिस. पॉलिसी आती है, क्या हम पॉलिसी को एनालाइज करना जानते हैं क्या? आई हैव सीन मेनी टीचर्स, आई एम सॉरी टू से, मेनी सेमिनार्स, मेनी ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम्स आई हैव अटेंडेड. और मैं पूछा करता हूं, मुख बता देते हैं, कितने ने पॉलिसी पूरी पढ़ी है? मैं समझने का प्रश्न नहीं उठा रहा हूं. नॉट 5 to 7% पीपल. एनालाइज करने का तो मतलब ही और उठता है. हर वाक्य बोलता है, हर शब्द बोलता है, हर शब्द के पीछे एक इतिहास छुपा है. किसी शब्द के निर्माण के पीछे बहुत बड़ा कारण होता है. क्या हम उन कारणों को जानते हैं कि नहीं? आखिर ये वाक्य कैसे होगा? आई अप्रिशिएट द पॉलिसी फ्रेमवर्क्स. क्या जाने, क्या क्या नहीं पढ़ा है. इंटरनेशनल डॉक्यूमेंट्स भी पढ़े हैं, पुरानी पॉलिसीज भी पढ़ी हैं, हमारे सारे डॉक्यूमेंट्स दूसरे भी पढ़े हैं, स्टूडेंट्स को भी देखा है, कितने लोगों से बातचीत की गई होगी. RIE के करिकुलम को मैंने देखा है 4 वर्ष की दृष्टि से. मुझे लगता है पॉलिसी को एनालाइज करना आना चाहिए. ये शिक्षा नीति बार बार जब 21वीं सदी के कौशल की चर्चा करती है, इट टॉक्स ऑफ 21st century skill and there is one skill of analysis. बच्चे के पास, विद्यार्थी के पास विश्लेषण की शक्ति भी होनी चाहिए, विश्लेषण का रूप भी होना चाहिए, उसे एनालाइज कर सके। तो आई थिंक इन कीपिंग दैट थिंग इन माइंड, पॉलिसी को एनालाइज करना भी आना चाहिए, उनका विश्लेषण करना आना चाहिए। इसलिए प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग को भी बड़े अच्छे से इसमें कहा, संवाद को भी कहा, डायलॉग को भी कहा है, कम्युनिकेशन को भी कहा है। आई थिंक दीज आर द सम ऑफ द फैक्टर्स which are kept in foundational courses। मैंने दो बातें आपके सामने रखी हैं। एक बात रखी, यह इंटीग्रेटेड टीचर एजुकेशन प्रोग्राम क्यों है, इंटीग्रेशन विच सेंस, द सेकंड पॉइंट आई हैव केप्ट बिफोर यू। दूसरा बिंदु मैंने आपके सामने रखा है, इसके फाउंडेशनल कोर्सेज कौन कौन से हैं, कब कब हैं, क्यों वहां रखे गए हैं और उनमें किन बातों को लिया गया है। रेस्ट थिंग्स आर एज आई टोल्ड एबिलिटी एनहांसमेंट्स, हमारे माननीय इंदु जी बोलेंगे, स्कूल एक्सपीरियंसेस को लेकर हमारे माननीय प्रकाश जी बोलेंगे, और पेडागोजी को लेकर पंकज जी बोलेंगे। पंकज जी को मैं आग्रह करूंगा, क्योंकि दूसरा ही पार्ट उसका पेडागोजी का है, पेडागोजी का संकेत मैंने आपको दिया है, तो मैं सम्मान पूर्वक पंकज जी को आमंत्रित करता हूं, वे पेडागोजी से जुड़ी हुई बातों को, करिकुलम को लेकर आपके समक्ष रखें। आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Good morning. Thank you, sir, for giving an overview of the entire ITEP program. Amongst the audiences, we have principal of this RI Institute. We have Professor Srinivas Bali. We have NCTE member secretary. We have people on dais who are part of expert committee, core committee of ITEP. 10 or 11 participating institutions and dear friends, and I can see certain scholars also as part of this group. My job is to help us understand the third curricular component of this ITEP structure, which is fourth part, which is stage specific content and pedagogy. Stage specific content cum pedagogy. Before coming to that, I would like to read one quote from NEP, which has been published on the inner page of this document. The quote says, "The purpose of the education system is to develop good human beings, capable of rational thoughts and actions, possessing compassion and empathy, courage and resilience, scientific temper and creative imagination, with sound ethical moving and values. This aims at producing engaged, productive and contributing citizens for building an equitable, inclusive and plural society as envisaged in the Constitution of India." This is the whole crux of this ITEP, or the education has already been beautifully summed up in these few lines of NEP 2020. The way respectable Saluja sir has explained us the concept of integration, I will start my discussion with Kothari Commission's recommendations, because Kothari Commission recommendations were one landmark, one major milestone in the development of school education as well as teacher education in our country. And now, after 54 years of that Kothari Commission's recommendations, this education policy has come, which has presented a whole new structure for the entire education system, be it school education, be it higher education, be it teacher education. The policy is proposing a new structure to the entire education system of the country. And to my understanding and belief, this teacher education is the backbone of this entire education system, is the core component of the entire education. This will shape school education indirectly if we are preparing responsible and committed citizens for the nation. Then down the line, we'll see impact, cascade impact in the society, and we'll see quality students, compassionate students, committed students to the nation. So teacher education, which now ITEP is proposing as per new school structure, having 4 stages, 4 specializations. In the morning, Chaturvedi ji has shown us 4 documents, each for one specialized stage: foundational stage, preparatory stage, middle stage, and secondary stage. Now, these 4 components, these 4 specializations have certain things which are common across the program and certain components which are exclusive to that stage specific specialization. If we look at the structure again at page 22, 2 components are there which are stage specific. One is component number 4, stage specific content cum pedagogy. Then component number 6, which is school experience. While we were working in the core committee, we had wide discussions on the need and significance of these 2 components, which need to be bound to be stage specific for multiple reasons. Most of us sitting in this house are teacher educators, people of education. We all know that there are 2 things which, and recently judgment of Supreme Court of India, which has questioned 2018 regulation of NCTE, is talking of the pedagogical component which are different for primary teaching and secondary teaching, and B.Ed according to them is secondary teaching specialization. Day before they gave some relaxation to some state by allowing people to participate. One of the media person was interviewing me on this statement and asking me what is the way out. So my suggestion was, this is a prerogative of NCTE, which is regulatory body for teacher education and qualifications for school teachers. So NCTE must be given space, and their expert opinion must be taken into consideration before coming out with such judgment. I cannot challenge the judgment of the court, but surely as an academician, I would like to suggest that NCTE's prerogative should not be bypassed by a court judgment. And NCTE must be given that this is the problem, now come out with a solution, and we are giving you 3 months time or 6 months time. This is my interview which will come out on Monday in Times Education, where I am talking of these 2 regulations. This stage specific pedagogy is important because learning styles are different at different stages of human life. In the foundational stage, which is from 3 years to 8 years, foundational stage, where child is a beginner, according to Piaget's theory, he or she is a toddler which is learning to write, read and articulate. So for that stage, we need to have separate pedagogy. Preparatory stage, when we are preparing them to have their own ideas, to have their own understanding of the word and the complexities of the word. That stage is again different between the age of 8 years to 11 years. Then early adolescent stage, which is called middle stage of school. You want to ask something? Can we have question just a little later? We'll surely have an open session. We will have an open session. Unless it is very pertinent that you want to ask it now.
Something related with the stage.
Yeah.
ITEP offering institution. So will it be offering the ITEP program for all stages or one stage?
Yeah. I think that answer has already been given, but I'll just repeat. ITEP is offered for 4 different stages, 4 specializations, and each student, as member secretary has also made it very clear, that each student is supposed to opt for one specialization at a time. Am I right? Yeah, you may like to add something. Yeah. One stage.
Whichever you have applied for, you have got the recognition for that. So you can run that stage.
So one stage at a time, a student would be going through, and institution has also been given recognition accordingly. So this third stage, which is early adolescent, again learning style and the pedagogy need to be different for the children between 11 years and 14 years. And last stage, which is secondary, from class 9 to 12, child is a little grown up, can understand lot of not only concrete aspects but also abstracts. So imagination, defining your own ideas, defining your own values is important in that stage. So with that, those four understandings, curriculum structure committee has proposed four stage specific content cum pedagogy courses which are different in all four stages, not common but different. Similarly, school experience, which Dr. Agarwal will explain because he is also chairman of this committee, he will explain why this school exposure should be different for all stages. In pedagogy come content, now important, I am continuing what Saluja sir was suggesting. We are talking of integrated model, and this title is suggesting content come pedagogy. Now integration comes here. This is not about only content, it is not about only pedagogy. So these two are not different, these two are integrated. While we are dealing pedagogy, we need to understand the challenges of discipline, the origin of discipline, the development of discipline, the evaluative mechanism of the discipline. We need to understand and discuss along. Only then this will come out as a integrated model of teacher education. The component at stage curricular component at number 3, which is disciplinary and interdisciplinary courses, are core component which will enable our individual to go for vertical mobility in the liberal discipline. But in the fourth component, we do not want to leave it only as pedagogical areas. Deliberately and after lot of discussions, we came to this understanding that this should go as content cum pedagogy, and this has a meaning, this has a rationale, this has a deeper understanding which we want to evolve among all the participants in different parts of the country. And to my understanding again, this content cum pedagogy is something which is the success mantra for ITEP program. When people are asking in Delhi also, people ask where is the integration, then they must understand this in spirit and in words and when implementing it at the institution level. If a student of social science me want to become a teacher of social science, then I need to understand what is social science, what are challenges of the discipline of social science, how it has evolved, how society has contributed in the development of different specializations within social science, how we do research in social science, how social science is helpful in solving problems of my day-to-day life as a citizen of the country, along with as a researcher, where are the possibilities of carrying out research in social science. So this component will talk of all these areas. With this understanding, we are talking about it. If you look at the specialized syllabi for foundational stage, you will see pedagogy is for the people between 3 years and 8 years. More joyful learning, toy pedagogy is there, more activity oriented pedagogy is suggested, along with the development of the concept of alphabets, which is foundational numeracy and foundational literacy, which are again core components of education policy 2020. When we look at the if we look at page number 14, which is talking of graduate attributes and capacities being spoken about in this document, on page 14 if you look at, you will find graduate attributes are defined here with each specialized stage of ITEP. Foundational stage separately, preparatory, middle and secondary separately. Now here you can understand why these pedagogies are different for each specialization, because attributes are different as well as learning outcome is different, and we need to talk about the capacities which are required for those specializations, not that foundation stage person can also deal with middle stage, or middle stage can also do without having specialization. If we look at page 30, which is 2.1.4. Now this para is talking of stage specific content cum pedagogy. Courses within this component are specific to stage specialization, which are spread from semester 3 to semester 6 before going to school. In 7th semester, we are dedicating 7th semester to school experience. But before that, we want our pre-service pre-service teachers to be well familiar, well equipped, having capacities on pedagogy for the specialized stage, which is for 16 credit in all. 4 papers of 4 credit each. Now here we can again see teachers are required to evolve their own understanding capacities that would help them to restructure subject matter and concepts relating to curricular areas to aid children to understand them. As teachers, we all develop our own mechanism in the classroom situation. We develop our own pedagogical competencies. But at the same time, we need to understand the learner. Sir कह रहे थे बच्चे को शब्दशः पढ़ना होगा. Pedagogy 4 stages की भी यही कहती है कि we need to understand the learner first. उसके लिए learner psychology is important. We need to understand their learning styles. उसके लिए हमें डिफरेंट लर्निंग थियोरीज अप्लाई करना पड़ेगा और उन लर्निंग थियोरीज के बेसिस पे वेदर इट इज कंस्ट्रक्टिविस्ट थ्योरी और इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी थ्योरी और इंटरवेंशनिस्ट अप्रोच, वी नीड टू डेवलप पेडागोजिकल कॉम्पिटेंसीज फॉर द स्टूडेंट. हर सब्जेक्ट की डिमांड अलग है, तो सब्जेक्ट स्पेसिफिक पेडागोजीज उन करिकुलम में डिटेलिंग दिया हुआ है. आप देखेंगे तो आपके पास कुछ सवाल भी होंगे श्योरली व्हिच वी विल लाइक टू अंडरस्टैंड फ्रॉम यू एंड आंसर देम. Stage-specific content cum pedagogy courses seek to impart to the student teachers training in time-tested as well as the most recent techniques in pedagogy, including pedagogy with respect to multi-level teaching, evaluation, teaching children with disabilities, teaching children with special interest or talent, gifted learners, and using information and communication technologies to improve teaching, learning, and assessment processes which bound to be learner centric, which bound to be collaborative with other disciplines as well as the situation in the school. तो ये एक अंडरस्टैंडिंग इस कंपोनेंट के अंदर, पेडागोजी कंपोनेंट के अंदर है. इफ यू लुक एट 2.14, इट इज अगेन प्रपोजिंग all 4 stages. A on page number 32, which is talking of stage specific content and pedagogy for foundational stage. B, it is talking for preparatory stage, then middle stage, and then secondary stage. So my job is to orient you about these 4, preferably at this forum. While going through these, you can have some doubts where you need clarification, you can ask. So we should be on the same page. Only then it would be implemented effectively across the country. We are a very large country, we all understand, and we have our own mechanisms. RI is doing one thing, CI is doing another thing, Jammu University is doing third thing. So we need to be on the same page for a successful pilot of this ITEP program. That is why it is our humble submission and request to the house to go through it carefully, keep asking questions. NCTE is going to announce a provision. I am sure we will be hand holding not in the beginning but throughout. Again, member secretary madam, am I right? We will be hand holding them throughout the pilot program, and we will be coming to you time and again whenever you need us or whenever NCTE will feel like. My last point, there is school experience do have another component which is at curricular component number 7, which is community engagement and service. This is for 2 credit and school experience is for 20 credit. So 3 component 4, 6 and 7 are stage specific components which must be taken care while transacting this program at different institutions across the country. I will conclude by saying that this ITEP is coming with a new vision of 21st century, where we need to address the challenges of artificial intelligence. We need to equip ourselves for robotic sciences and big data analysis, which are coming up as a boom in the market, in the job industry. So we should be careful, but at the same time, we should be committed to these specializations and try to make it success across the country. Thank you very much.
प्रकाश जी
State specific specializations may, as I mentioned, there are two things which are making it state specific. One is 4 and other is 6. Now I would request my colleague Professor Agarwal to orient us about school experience, which is integral part of ITEP, but at the same time having 4 specializations, and there are certain differences among those 4 specializations. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Esteemed Professor Saluja ji, Madam Indu Prasad, Professor Pankaj Arora ji, my friend, Principal of this institute, Professor Y. Srikant, Professor Bali, Madam Secretary, Sherpa Madam, and all my colleagues from this institute, all the dear participating institutes who have opted for ITEP, and all the friends who are present here. As we all know that 42 institutions have opted for ITEP program, but all institutions have opted for different stages. Now we have in NEP, as Professor Saluja was saying, 4th lesson, 4th chapter of NEP is talking about curriculum, assessment, pedagogy, etc. And we are now talking about curricular and pedagogical structure, which is 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4. So now we are having integrated teacher education program for these 4 stages separately. One institute may take all the 4 stages later on, but as far as my knowledge is concerned, every institute has opted for 1 stage, or few institutes have opted for 2 stages. As we all know that unless practice teaching is there, unless internship is there, no any professional course is complete. So experiential learning, what students have learned in their classes, is very much important, and RIs have practiced, different institutes have practiced, and this is our understanding that, in my opinion, this is the soul of the program. School experience and engagement, community engagement or working with community. School experience is of 20 credits, and it spreads again from semester 5 to semester 8. Semester 5, pre-internship is there. Semester 6, classroom observation. Semester 7, internship and a school-based research project. Then in semester 8, post-internship and development of LTM, which is different than what we use, what student will be using in internship, during internship. And how these stages are important in internship, we all are aware because we are working in field. In pre-internship, a student will be oriented in semester 5th. That how, because when student, he was in school, his context was different. Now when he will be pursuing teacher education program, and then his job will be different after becoming a teacher. So an exposure is required, that how a teacher is taking class. So the student will be attending classes of a regular teacher, teacher educator. Then he will be asked to develop some lessons, and peer teaching will be there. So as Professor Arora ji was saying, that since now we will be having stage specific programs, and in pedagogic courses we will be giving inputs stage specific. Those stage specific inputs are to be practiced during internship as per the stage. So in pre-internship, 2 credit course will be there. 2 credit course means 1 credit is equivalent to 30 hours of practical experience, practicum. So 60 hours devotion will be there to pre-intensive, where a student will learn that how the classrooms are managed by the regular teacher, by the teacher educator, and how lessons are planned, and peer teaching, peer reflections will be there. In the next semester, classroom observation will be there, where a student will be visiting these schools, and those schools will be of different types, because we want that a trainee teacher should have a contextual type of perception. So, and in India, he can be posted in any type of school. So, whether it is rural, whether it is urban, whether it is tribal, or whether it is ashram school. So, a school exposure type of program through classroom observations is proposed, is given in this ITEP curriculum framework, and during those days he will first be observing that how class is being taken by the regular teacher. Then he will assist in taking class by the regular teacher, and in the later stage he will deliver lessons through a block plan or through a unit plan, logical sequence, that how sequence is made of lessons. So this is classroom observation in the semester 6. Then in 7th semester there will be internship, where student will be placed in these schools, and this is as we are doing right now. This is 20 weeks long program, where 2 weeks internship is there, 2 weeks post internship is there, and 16 weeks internship is there. So schools, these ITEP institutes have to identify certain schools in and around their institute, and where those classes must be there, for which for that stage the program is undertaken. For example, for preparatory stage, classes 3, 4, 5 are to be identified. Means ITEP institutes have to go for schools where these classes are there. The whole school observation is very important, but when we are going for particular stage, those particular classes must be there, and we have to have a with good bonding with those schools. So we have to identify schools, and this is our experience that most of the schools, they don't want students more than 4 or 5. So if there is a unit of 50, then nearly 10 units have to be identified. And school observation can be in different schools, can be in same schools, and can be different contextual schools. In internship, again the same things are there. Firstly, few classroom observations will be there. A trainee will be observing how a regular teacher is taking class. Then later on, he will take class herself with planning, and we all know that this is not merely practice teaching, this is internship. So the every activity, every bit of work, action in the school is important for internee, because he has to he is going to become a quality teacher, good teacher. So what is happening, how a school functions, the entire system should be experienced by the trainee. So that we have to do we wish to do that a student will be gaining all such experiences in internship, and the progression improvement will be observed. We can identify certain mentor teachers there, the institute supervisors will also supervise, and the progression, continuous progression will take place through this internship, as what type of lesson plans are to be prepared, what type of pedagogic practices are to be prepared, that will be based on the stage. So in stage specific, those pedagogic practices are given, because already Professor Pankaj Arora has described that 3 things will go together, and that is pedagogic courses. 16 credit courses are there from semester 2 to semester 3 to semester 6, and in semester 7 there is internship, and then this internship of 20 credits, and then 2 credit community engagement. Community engagement may be common, means 80% part can be common and 20% part can be stage specific. So during this internship, a student will work or will emerge out as a quality teacher. This is our intention, and this way this planning is there. Then after coming from internship, post-intensive discussion will be there, but meanwhile, a student has to develop or has to carry out a research project during internship period, right? And it is basically a school-based research project. So mostly we talk about action research, that what type of problems are being faced at local level by the teacher trainee, and how those problems can be overruled, how those problems can be solved. So action will also be implemented there just to see whether the problem is solved or not. After coming from internship, in the 8th semester, post-internship discussion is there, where sharing of experiences by all the peers with the even supervising teachers will enrich them, and reflective diary will be proposed, and many things will be proposed which are not here in this curriculum, and I think those things will be in detail in the syllabus concerned. So credits we have also categorized, that how credits will be allotted, how assessment will be made by experts, by institute faculty, by peers even. And we talk about LTM, learning teaching material, development of TLM or LTM, learning teaching material, in the 8th semester. During 7th semester program, he will be able to make out that what type of learning teaching material can be very useful for the teachers in the school. So TLM is an integrated part during internship. There he will be using teaching aids in transacting lessons. But after completing internship, a student is required to develop an LTM which will be assessed, and that will carry out 2 credits. So this is all about internship, that there are 6 activities in internship, and this is again given in page 23. Pre-internship, that is practice, where demonstration lessons will also be there, peer teaching will be there, school observation, that is field practice, and school based research project, internship in teaching, post-internship where review and analysis will be there, and creating teaching learning material. And working with community is also important, though I have not been asked to speak on this, but my committee developed for school experience as well as community engagement, so I will just take 2 minutes. Working with community is very, very important for us, because we have to understand closely what community needs from a teacher. Community awareness is also very important, so for that awareness programs should be carried out or proposed. Street plays should be there. What type of gaps are there with between community and school? Unless community and school work together, we cannot achieve our objective. So our students, they have to go, they have to stay in community, they have to work with community, even they have to play together with community, they have to carry out many activities with community, so that community and student, teacher student, student teacher, they will not find any type of gap. And what type of community, what type of expectations community have from school, from children, and community should be brought to the school, so that there is a strong bondage between school and community. Even sharing of resources, NEP is also envisioning that playgrounds which are being used by the students in office time, in school times, may be used by the community in off office times. Similarly the library and all other things. So community engagement is very, very important, because unless our prospective teacher understands that what is community, what is socio-economic status, from where this type of strata children are coming to school, we cannot have a parity in transacting the things. That's why community engagement is proposed, and this is of 2 credit, and better if students go to the community, stay there with faculty. So this is what we have proposed, and there should be a tuning compatibility in development of lessons based on the pedagogic practices which will be taught, which will be delivered in pedagogic courses. So there should be a close tuning in pedagogic courses, preparation of lessons and delivery, and working with community. For giving me this opportunity, I am thankful to one and all. Thank you.
So have we sufficiently confused you and bored you and scared you? Or still some more is left? Whatever is left, I will do. Actually, no, the serious parts of the program are over. My job is to talk about the fun part of the program. So the ITEP just does have, what I think is a fun part, a serious fun part, not a fun part. And that is the ability enhancement courses. If you look at page 23, section 5, we have been talking about this business of multidisciplinarity, holistic learning, and all the nice words for a very, very long time. Lots of documents on how education has to be holistic. Students have to learn to face life, not just their profession and things of that nature. And UGC had already started this thing of that should also not be limited only to young student teachers who take a particular subject, but everybody should have that orientation. I'll spend 2 minutes on the language business. 2 4-credit courses on language. Why? If you're not going to be a language teacher, why should you do this? And I think the answer is pretty clear to many of us who've been teaching, teaching young teachers. Communication and language is central to teaching. It's one of the skills you must have before you become a teacher. And that is why the focus on learning 2 languages, learning them well enough to communicate, to teach dense concepts, deep concepts in a simple, engaging way. And that comes from knowing your concept well and knowing the language in which you communicate your concepts well. Both. So it's a skill, it's an ability, and that is something there is a large focus on. Like Saluja sir said, multilingualism is important, so that's why 2 languages. So one, perhaps the language that you're familiar with, and another, and with equal credits to both. So that's a new thing in a teacher education program, to have compulsorily 2 4-credit courses on language. It's a large part of the curriculum. That was something I wanted to bring your attention to amongst this. Arts is compulsory. Again, visual and performing art for all students, irrespective of what your subject is. And that's something, again, because from a belief that it makes you a better person, it makes you be able to deal with your classroom's life better, appreciate more beauty. All of us could do that. We like looking at things and finding faults in them first. So looking at aesthetic appreciation, art, doing stuff. Again, not so much about learning art, but actually doing. How do you produce a piece of craft? How do you produce a piece of music? How do you produce a piece of drama? That would be an important part of the art courses. So, you can look at details in the pages that the ability enhancement courses are there. That's the overview. Again, like I said, holistic aim. The aim is holistic development, skills and abilities that are necessary for life. Pedagogy must be through a lot of practice and doing. Less of theory, much more of doing in this set of courses. Since I'm the last one, I'll just take 2 minutes to walk you through the entire program. So if you look at this page, you've all got the table open, 22 and 23. You begin with a student induction program. It is not credited, but it's extremely important. It's compulsory. It is assessed. It's not credited, but it is assessed. If you read the assessment part, you'll understand what we mean by saying not credited, but assessed. So it's a critical, compulsory part of the program. Institutions are free to design it the way they wish. The three common parts for all students, right? Common for all students. One is the foundations of education, which Saluja ji spoke about. 30 credits in all, spread over the entire 8 semesters. All students doing the ITEP regardless of state specialization, will do the foundations in education in exactly the same way, no difference. The disciplinary courses, which is the third part of the ITEP program, 64 credits in all, can be done in two ways, 64 for one major or 48 and 16 in two majors. Again, details are there. These are your core bachelor's degree in the discipline. So when you do a master's, you could choose to do a master's in the discipline or a master's in education. Both are open to you as per the ITEP. That's the vertical mobility we were talking about. The fourth is what Pankajji spoke, state-specific content and pedagogy, 16 credits, again, spread over 4 semesters before the students go on their internship. So pedagogy courses are done by the time they go for their internship. This prepares them for their internship. This actually helps them get into depth in pedagogy. The fifth, what I just spoke about, ability enhancement, spread over the 8 semesters. Some of them have a logic of being done earlier and some of them have a logic of being done later. The school experience, which is the 6th part, 20 credits for this. Prakashji spoke about it. The core of the program, really the soul of the program. 20 full credits, almost one full semester spent in school, becoming part of the life of the school. And that's really where the entire program starts to coalesce and become one program preparing you for a particular profession. And the community engagement and service part, 2 credits last semester, important connections student must make with the community. This is the structure of the 160 credits. What I can promise you is that we argued and fought and had plenty of differences with one another. Right now we are friends, but Pankajji and I have fought on almost everything. Now he's offering me biscuits. He didn't offer me when we were fighting. And therefore we've argued on everything. Like all curricular, you have all been part of curricular processes, no? Jhagda hi jhagda. That's all we do. We argue. But we've come to some conclusion. We hope this is a good start. And with the feedback from all the first set of 42 institutions who do it, we'll continue to improve. That's that's what Kesang spoke to you about. All of us have spoken to you. This is the pilot. You're very, very important in our learning about improving the program and how it finally translates on the ground. I'll just say one more thing. The National Curriculum Framework for the foundational stage and the National Curriculum Framework for school education have been released. They are on the NCERT websites. Everybody who works in education, especially everybody who works in teacher education, must read these documents in absolute detail. All 600 pages of them. Extremely important to read, absorb, understand. They will have a massive implication on how we implement the ITEP. Open for questions now? Yeah. All right. Thank you. Mike?
माइक हैंड माइक होगा मेरे ख्याल.
She has a question.
Thank you all the chairpersons and the expertise in the field of education. Indu Prasad ma'am, I just wanted to immediately talk regarding the school experience that you were talking about. I know being in RIE, we know the importance of internship. I am little worried with the aspect that school attachment program, which has been talked about even in the NCTE, and about the B.Ed program, the 2-year B.Ed program, when we revised at RA Mysore and we have made it component even at the BSc B.Ed level and BA B.Ed or MSc Ed. But surprisingly, this doesn't find a place here. So school attachment program is a key to the students of the teacher education when they are going to the school before the pre-internship or the internship. And I find, being myself a BSc graduate of RI Mysore, I find it very interesting that students are given opportunity to go to school and find out about the functioning of the school, and also teacher shadowing happens during the school attachment program. And before they go for pre-internship, they get probably 3 school attachment programs for nearly 15 days in every semester. Thank you, sir, Murthy sir. School attachment programs. The B.Ed, though we have only 2 school attachment program because of the time frame, whereas the undergraduate has 4 school attachment programs. And it is really, as it is suggested in the NCTE for the 2-year B.Ed program, I hope that this also finds a place here. Thank you.
It is there. You see the program, the stage specific program, it is given there.
Yeah, I got
Detail is there.
Yeah.
It is, this is only format, only Ruparekha, format is there.
Yeah.
But in detail, it is given in the special curriculum booklets which are for foundational stage, etc. So in detail it is given. Professor P.C. Agrawal ji explained that also. But as it is only Ruparekha, that is format, so it is given there.
Yeah.
The 4 books that he was talking about.
What I got hold of also. Yeah, I'll go through.
Those 4 books are not given yet.
Yes, sir.
These will be given to you. I think it will be available firstly on email. After that, we will give hard copies. In soft copy, Chaturvedi ji को दिखा सकते हो? This is only framework, but detail for each and everything in these 4 books, stage specific programs. So it is very clearly mentioned there. It is given, full program is written there. Credits are also there, but it will be mailed to you firstly, then these books will also be mailed to you.
The terminology might be a little different. You look at the explanations and good to get feedback.
Hello. It was wonderful listening to all of you. We were quite impressed by the way it was articulated. Still, there are a few issues I thought, from my side. A couple of issues I would like to flag. Number one, we have talked about action research as a part of the internship program. Very good. I'm very happy about it. But I could not see the theoretical inputs in any of our earlier precursors, which to me is a prerequisite, which is important for us. If we have included elsewhere, which we are not able to see now, fine. Otherwise, I think we need to include that.
Theoretical
Number
inputs
one.
for research.
Action research. Sufficiently grounded in. Only 2 credits that we have given for that. I'm afraid we should be able to see, in fact, in our 2-year B.Ed program, it used to be 1 semester program. I had the privilege of teaching that for 1 full semester. And many of our, some of from the Azim Premji Foundation, like Sharat Surya and others also are trained. 1 full semester we used to teach them. Why are we shying away, taking that seriously? Number 2, we have talked about creation of TLMs in the 8th semester. Right? It is in the post-internship course that we are talking about. After they finish their internship, should we be creating TLMs or should we be modifying and improving, reflecting upon what went right, what went wrong in the 8th semester? See, if I am done with my internship, I should come back to see what worked, what did not work. Did the TLMs work? Was I adequate in saying that they were the TLMs that I wanted to use the way I used it? Did it work? Did it not work? It is not creating, it should be improving to see its effectiveness and for its appropriateness. Perhaps that is important. And this creation of TLM should be something which should happen before we send them to internship. I mean, that does not require any discussion, right? And then the lateral entry and the lateral exit that we are talking about. This is something in any professional program. It's okay, I understand, in an honors course, as the policy talks about, if somebody finishes 1 year, he gets a certificate course. Fair enough. 2 years, a diploma. Fair enough. Now, with the completion of 1 year program, with a certificate program, how would I be of any use to the system? As a teacher, as a teacher do. I should be. Otherwise, this lateral exit will not carry any meaning. And I'm afraid we do not have more details as on now. So if you could elaborate that, we would be educated on that. And then Professor Arora was talking about learning styles. In every stage it varies. I'm afraid the learning styles do not vary at different stages. If I'm a visual learner, I'll continue to be a visual learner. This is a predominant way in which I learn. It doesn't vary just because I move to another stage of learning from early childhood to late childhood to adolescence, adolescence to adulthood. My learning styles won't change. My speed may change. Learning speed may change, not the learning style. Learning style is, after all, the predominant mode of me being attracted to learning a certain thing. I might be a visual learner, I might be auditory learner, I might be a reading, writing type of a learner, I might be a kinesthetic learner. These are only preferences. They would not change. So these are some of the things. About this lateral entry and exit, I think many of us are curious. I'm done.
Thank you, sir. And we have noted down that also, but one thing I would like to say, that two things are there. One is theoretical, other is practical. What we did, because it is question of integration, action research we have taken care of earlier in many courses. I never saw it, but it is given there. But what we did, in each and every paper, some problem is given there, and they will try to find out this samadhan or the solution through action research. So integration is there up in practical form. Theoretically, it is given there, separate heading is there. Secondly, TLM, for example, in suggestive practicum, these things are given there in practicum. For example, in mathematics, it is given there, teaching learning material, kit project objectives, it is given in suggestive practicum. Then classroom discussion for developing conceptual understanding, construct a unit test, prepare 4 teaching aids in mathematics. So in all these curriculum, things are given in practice, theoretically as well as practically. Because of time constraints also, we did not take much theory there. Hints are given there. As policy says, concept dijiye, practical zyada karaiye. This is the this principle of this policy. Keeping that thing in mind, due care is given there, but even then we have noted the points, and because it is pilot, as I told, things are coming and we will like to see in that way also. So I have taken care of your points and we will see that one. But it is given in practice, in practical.
It's a couple of things. One is the 2 credit at the end. So that 2 credit at the end that you were talking about is what you are saying, that you have finished your courses, you have finished your teaching practice, you used all kinds of material. Now you come back and think about how you could have done it differently, how you could have done it better. That's maybe the word creating is a difficulty there. Whatever. Yeah, we could do that.
That can be
Maybe there in the description. On the
Creating should be earlier.
yeah,
Yes.
that is built in. That is built. On the lateral entry and exit. See, sorry, I said on the lateral entry and exit. So this is a standard UGC requirement now in terms of the 4-year program. What we are saying in the ITEP is you can become a teacher only when you finish 4 full years. There is no other way you can become a teacher. So you can exit after 1 year with a certificate. That's not a certificate in teaching. In year 2, that is not a certificate in teaching. And that's a receipt of your credits. No, it is not. It is very clearly written there that it is not. And therefore, you should be very clear that the teaching certification comes only at the end of 4 years. Whether you do it together or you do it with some gap, that's a different issue. Yeah.
If somebody completes 1 year, he still should be able to be of use to the system in some form.
See,
That we need to see. The second year, third year.
They will be useful depending on what they have completed, but not as a teacher. That's the only thing.
He will be given certificate main discipline, not in teaching. For example, BSc honors. So he has studied and he will tell you these components he has studied, but not certificate in teaching. Because credit is to be given. This credit he has studied. So he is given.
Good afternoon, sir. I have one small query.
After you, please. After. Yes, sir. No, please, sir.
We have suggested 4 different types of
Specializations.
stages actually. Suppose if a student completed the first stage, he has 4-year course completed actually. After that, if you want to go for another stage, is there any short time things are there for him? Either he has to go for all 4 years. There is some small confusion is there for that. That means if a person completed for upper primary means he has to restrict to that one only. Is there any upper mobility chances are there or not? Those are the doubts are there. Please clarify. Thank you.
See, this problem is there, but it is given in policy also. 6-month course is to be done. So chances are there. One can go up. Anji?
Okay, so first of all, regarding the multiple entry exit, ma'am has explained, but we would like to see it as not the norm. It will be an exception. So since we are taking students right from class 12, that means they have chosen to become teachers. Therefore, we do not expect anyone to drop out like this. And they are getting their credit, will be there in their academic bank of credits. And if they want to become teacher, they have to complete. We should not confuse it with a regular undergraduate course. There should be no confusion. This is a professional course in line with law or medicine, etc. So let us not confuse with the regular undergraduate course, And secondly, regarding this, whether he can choose to specialize in another thing. Of course, this is in the offing. During this ITEP duration, because of the credits and all that, right now it is not there. But supposing post that, we are working, the committee is working on a system, and just one thing we have to keep in mind, all our courses will have to be in alignment with UGC. So depending on what credits the UGC says for a certificate course, we'll have to align with that, and whether it is 6 months or 1 year, that we have to see, because we are now trying to get equivalence with the UGC courses. So therefore, we cannot deviate from the UGC system right now. So there will be a chance for a person, if he has done, say, a secondary and he wants to come down to, say, do a middle, then maybe post that, he will have to do a certificate course of duration, we'll have to decide, and then he will be eligible to teach that particular, he will have the expertise in that particular segment also. This is our idea.
अभी उस पे काम किया नहीं है सर.
That's what I said.
Under consideration.
Yeah, 6 महीना का होगा, 1 साल का होगा, वो UGC के अलाइनमेंट में हमको करना पड़ेगा. तो वो हमारा अभी एक कमेटी वर्क कर रहा है उसके ऊपर.
Yes, please.
First of all, thank you for this session. And धारा प्रवाह संस्कृत के लिए मैं बहुत आभारी हूँ सर. बहुत दिनों बाद मुझे सुनने के लिए मिला. I am from NIT Puducherry. And we are having many doubts, maybe 10 to 15, and pertaining to the admission process, I will be asking, and my colleague will be mostly asking for the other part of that. So we have a doubt that how to handle the admission process as such, because we got the list of students who have cleared that one, and then how to deal with that.
Okay, sir, I think you have to come up.
And
such questions,
yeah, and then the cutoff mark regarding that. And
a second, let her come, because then she can respond to that.
कोई बात नहीं है क्योंकि ये टेक्निकल और एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव है तो
that's yeah, you can respond to that. How will admission work?
अब एडमिशंस का
So first one is about the admission. We have received the result of the this examination. Then how we will process? Can we expect some centralized counseling in that case, or it will be institution wise? If it is institution wise, which I feel it is, then how we have to process? So how the subject specific which they have chosen in there and at the time of examination, how we have to deal with that, and what will be the minimum cutoff mark which the institute has to take? That is my first question. Second one is, when we are saying it's a dual degree, then are we talking about a major And in that case, what will be the minimum credit for the major? And are we looking for giving major like major in physics or major in physical sciences? That is the second part. Third one is in NIT, as particularly for NIT Puducherry, when we are taking admission for the UG course, that is the BTech, we are having 50% state quota. So which consists of Andaman Nicobar and Karaikal Mahi Yanam and Puducherry. So do we need to follow that or we need not to follow that? That is the third one. And in this book, it is written as eligibility entry requirement, which is 50% for 12th standard, and obviously somewhere it is written as 5% less for the other class. So my question is whether the entrance examination is mandatory for that. So in line with that, what will be for the leftover seats? Let us assume 50 we got, and we assume that 25 students came. Then what about the rest 25? Do we need to take it by own, or it will be left through for 4 years? And the one more thing, that how to address it for the stakeholders, because we are receiving calls that what will be the placement perspective since they are coming to this one. And the last one pertaining to the just now NCRF and first year exit and second year exits. So in case of engineering or technology degree, that is a professional degree. So as per the NCRF, we are looking for that even if they are going for 1 year exit, second, third, they will be getting some certificate, diploma, then BSc or BVoc, and then BTech. So such that they will be employable somewhere. So that is what the whole idea. So if because of any reason, if they are going in quitting, let us say for second year or third year, so they must be in a position to get employability or that particular level. So in that case, are we addressing here or it is still under consideration? That is what my doubt. So I have some 7-6. So I request you for that.
Okay. Yes, there is a lot of queries, and we'll try to answer all your queries. I'll speak about the admission part. See, this admission has been done through the NTA, the NCET exam, right? So they have already forwarded the list of candidates who have been successful to all the institutions. You will have to download all the list. All the institutions will have to download the same by 5th September. Otherwise, it will disappear from your whatever mail has come to you. So first of all, please download that and keep it on your server. After that, the counseling is not centralized. I think if you have read the NTA booklet, the brochure which had been issued for our test, it is very clear there that counseling will be done institution wise. So there is no centralized. Please, I request everyone to read the documents properly, because most of the queries you are asking is already there in our various booklets. Probably you didn't read it or some confusion occurred, that's fine. So counseling has to be done institution wise. Okay. Cutoff marks, see, whoever has qualified in this NCET exams, they are all eligible to become get admission into your institutions respective, depending on the choices that they have given. As far as the reservation policy is concerned, it is very clear in the NTA brochure that as per the government policy, as per your state government, central government policy, that reservation policy you will have to adhere to. That is for every job, not only for this, for everything. And secondly, you said that in your course you had that special provision you were making for certain states, right? So here it is a centralized admission. So you will have to follow the merit list as per that. I don't know, I don't think you can make a special provision here and there for anyone. Even if you are doing it, you will have to now change your system. And because see, now you are bound by the regulation of NCTE. So if you are doing it for your respective course under whichever, that is not there, please see that the admission is given to the persons according to the merit list. That is one thing. And then you had asked for, supposing in the first round of counseling, you don't get adequate. So, around 16,000 people have applied. Probably, and I have seen the list in against each and every institution, against 50 or 100 that you have taken, come to 1,000 people have applied. So you will get your list. You do the first round. The Vice Chancellor is sitting here. She will be able to tell you, I mean, you know the counseling process. That's why we didn't want to interfere in your counseling process. You carry out the counseling process that you are doing in your university, and the candidates will have to be selected from this people who have qualified in the NCET only. You cannot take it from somewhere outside. That is clear.
No, this is a public document or closed.
Public document.
Because when they read this, they may ask, it is not mentioned in.
Yeah, I'm going to say one thing. So another thing is UGC, we have already sent this course to the UGC for putting it in their list of recognized courses. So the equivalence problem won't be there also. Secondly, like I said, we are aligned with UGC. We had a member from the UGC sitting with us on the committee. So all this, these documents has come out after a lot of discussions. So, thirdly, lastly, I want to say this, that yes, people are asking what will happen to the job prospects. You are saying placements. We are going to put this course into our minimum qualification to become a teacher. We are in that process. So therefore, that also will not be an issue. The graduates who will come out of this will probably come out in somewhere in 26, 27. So by that time, we are expecting that the school state system will also change. So please wait for that. So the teacher who will be coming out of this will be eligible to become a teacher for all the 4 stages. For that also, in our minimum qualifications, we are adding that also. अब आप बोलिए उसके बारे में प्लीज इसके बारे में अरे वो not major minor
No, see, major when we say, it means the main discipline you are taking. For example, you are taking history honors. That will be major. So that is disciplinary, which is given in third point. So then when we are seeing B.Ed, then naturally education is a major in that way. So keeping, it is dual degree. It is not single degree. It is dual degree. So 12 major education as well as other one.
So you have 80 credits in education, which is your major, and 64 credits in your discipline. So two majors.
UGC document says any discipline with 48 credit is a major. That is why in the liberal option we are proposing 64 credit. So institution can offer students 2 disciplines, 1 major and 1 subject knowledge which is important for school teaching. If I have opted history, I need to understand political science or geography also to be a school teacher. So 48 credit means 1 major as per UGC guidelines. So dual major means 1 liberal discipline and education as I was saying.
Because it is dual degree.
Yes, ma'am.
Now he wants to say something. Firstly,
regarding this admission process, for example, there are several students applied for more than one institution. In that case, how do we handle that? And another thing is, if you take language 1, for example, if Puducherry is concerned, we have Tamil, but there are students who will be coming. 50% seats are for us and 50% for India as per our institute
that you
policy.
Can continue. That you can.
Now,
continue.
how do you handle that language 1 for other people coming from other states? We can offer only either Tamil or English or Hindi.
In the era of online education model, like University of Delhi, I can speak for University of Delhi. We have allowed students to opt any language out of 22 languages given in the Constitution of India Institute. And we are providing them, from one college we got 4 students for Udiya, for another college we got 3 students, for another college we got 2 students. So we are providing them online class for that particular language. But we are allowing them to choose language of their interest, their region, where they want to go and work. So you need to work out the modalities for make it operational. But students can easily be given, if not 22, then at least a bucket of 4-5 languages can be offered by each institution.
So one more question. Similarly, the students, some students have written exam, which have not studied. For example, a student has studied PCMB for +2, but he has not chosen any of these 4 subjects for this qualifying examination. In that case, can we make them eligible for this B.Ed program? Because that clarity was not there in the brochure. For example, a student studied PCMB in the +2.
See,
they have not chosen any of these 4 papers for the 3 papers.
NTA का जो guidelines आया था, उसका condition था that you are appearing in whatever discipline, you must have studied in class 12. So subject mapping needed to be made accordingly. If one student has not studied a subject and appeared in another subject, then he or she has already make his case gone. He or she is not eligible to appear for. This is for other papers also, for BSc, for BCom, for other papers also, other disciplines also. So that mapping of subjects was very, very important.
And in the curriculum, programming, some component has to be there in computer programming. That's what I was not seeing in page 21.
Please, I tell you again, this is not the whole document.
Okay. It should be seen with these. Okay. Details are given there. Okay. हम क्या करें, हम इसी को देखकर मानकर चलते हैं यही सब कुछ है. This is just general information. Okay, fine. The whole format is given there, but the syllabus is given in these things. Foundational stage, then next stage, the 4 stages are there. Accordingly, detail is given in this one, not in this one.
Okay. You're from which institute?
I am from NIT Puducherry.
Okay. So we will be sending our team to your institute separately to help you all out also. All right. And just I wanted to say that, look, like sir has already pointed out, this is just the curriculum framework. The details are there in the syllabi. And secondly, see, your minimum credits is 160. If you feel that you want to offer some course like that to the student, you can offer, you can take it up to 176, that you can do. Secondly, regarding the language which you asked, right? It is very clear that whatever is available with the university or the institute, that should be given. See, when we are saying that you can offer this or that, the clarity should be there that it should be available with your institute to offer. You can't offer something which you don't have. The clarity has to be there. How supposing a student has filled, I don't think anybody would have filled like that. And in the counseling stage, you can easily say that this is what we have to offer, because the student has given 3 choices. If he finds that he won't get it in your university, he'll shift to someone else. Similarly, you may be the 2nd or 3rd choice for that for some other university. If they find the subject combination is not there, they will come to your university. So I think you should restrict to that. Ki whatever is available with you.
Even then, cluster system is there. हो सकता है आपके आसपास कोई और कॉलेज है, यूनिवर्सिटी है. अभी तो दिक्कत आई बिकॉज इट इज इन 42 इंस्टीट्यूशंस ओनली. वो भी थोड़ी दिक्कत है, लेकिन स्लोली एंड ग्रेजुअली व्हेन इंस्टीट्यूशंस क्लब विल बी देयर, तो आप एक दूसरे की सहायता ले सकते हैं, विशेष रूप से भाषाओं को लेकर, लैंग्वेजेस को लेकर. दैट्स अ रीजन दे हैव गिवन क्लस्टर सिस्टम. और फिर एक बात बहुत साफ है, अगर मैं फिजिक्स ऑनर्स कर रहा हूं या केमिस्ट्री ऑनर्स कर रहा हूं, मैं म्यूजिक क्यों नहीं पढ़ सकता? तो वो एक फ्रीडम है. लेकिन जब भी कुछ एक नई चीज आती है, सम प्रॉब्लम्स आर देयर. आई डोंट से प्रॉब्लम, दीज आर चैलेंजेस. हाउ टू सॉल्व द प्रॉब्लम्स?
Your university.
After counseling, it's your university, totally.
Because they are moving from one place to another place.
You are part of the CUET, or you are not. You must be doing the JE and all, no? You're part. So similar thing will happen, no?
We have a centralized.
So this time it's thing. If you just ask any of the universities who are under CUET and all that, or some who's having the regular counseling system, you will understand. Just ask some of your sister, means neighboring colleges. Madam herself is there. She will, yes.
Delhi University.
Delhi University is there. You can ask. Please ask them how it's done.
Is there any deadline has been finalized for
अभी
Move to others.
नहीं, Vanaja ma'am has also asked. Vanaja ma'am, आप
पहले आप बताइए, फिर इधर पीछे, फिर फोर्थ आपका.
महोदय नमस्काराः. इदानीम् ITEP मध्ये कोऽपि छात्रः एकस्मिन् विद्यालये प्रविशति, वर्षद्वयानन्तरं सः अन्यत्र यत्र ITEP आफर् क्रियते तत्र गन्तुम् इच्छति, तर्हि तस्य तत्र प्रवेशः भवितुम् अर्हति?
किमर्थं न? यदि तत्र अस्ति तो प्रवेशः तो भविष्यति, परन्तु सूचना दातव्या पूर्वं कुत्र सः चिन्तितवान् प्रवेशं स्वीकर्तुम्, अन्यथा रिक्तं भविष्यति स्थानं. सो यदि तत्र अपेक्षा अस्ति, सूचनां दत्त्वा अन्यत्र गच्छति, समस्या न अस्ति.
तथा अत्र अस्माकं विश्वविद्यालये कदाचित् कोऽपि आगच्छति,
निश्चितरूपेण तत्र स्थानम् अस्ति एव, नूतना कोऽपि आगच्छति,
नास्ति चेत् किं
तदा
करणीयं?
तो भिन्नवार्ता. यदि स्थानम् अस्माकं सीट्स् फुल्, अतः समस्या नास्ति,
तर्हि अस्माभिः स्वीकर्तुं न शक्यते. सर् अन्यः एकः प्रश्नः महोदय. इदानीं 2 year B.Ed यः करोति, सः 2 methodologies स्वीकर्तुं शक्नोति. उभयत्र सः शिक्षकस्य योग्यता तस्य भवति पाठने. तथा ITEP मध्येपि अस्ति वा इति मम संशयः.
न पश्यतु, यदा वयं वदामः 2 years प्रोग्राम्, यतः अधुना सर्वत्र 2 years प्रचलति, वयं सहसा न कथयिष्यामः यः समापनं करोतु. अतः 2030 पर्यन्तम् अनुमतिः दत्ता अस्ति. यदि 2030 अनुमतिः दत्ता अस्ति, तत्पश्चात् केवलम् एषः पाठ्यक्रमः एव भविष्यति. परन्तु तत्रापि केचन जनाः भविष्यन्ति ये PG कृतवन्तः, तत्पश्चात् चिन्तयन्ति अहं शिक्षणं प्रति गच्छामि, अनुमतिः तत्र भवेत्. परन्तु अधुना उभयोः समता नास्ति. भिन्न भिन्न पाठ्यक्रमाः अस्ति तत्र तु पूर्वानुगुणम् अथवा नूतनानुगुणम् अतएव समस्या न वर्तते।
तर्हि अत्र एकमेव मेथोडालजि स्वीकरणीयम्
आम्,
अस्ति, एक एव विषयः।
आम्।
क्या बोला यार?
धन्यवादः महोदय।
ऐसे क्या पूछा क्या बताया एकदम ऐसे गया। सम समरी थोड़ा।
इन्होंने कहा कि भाई अगर कोई एक विद्यार्थी प्रवेश लेता है लेकिन किसी और स्थान पर चला जाता है तो हम क्या करें। हमने कहा कि ठीक है, अगर वो गया है उसको अपनी स्वतंत्रता हो और वह स्वच्छंदता उसके पास है, आपके पास स्थान है तो आप नए को ले लीजिए, कोई और उनका अगर स्थान नहीं है, जब स्थान ही नहीं है तो हम कैसे पहले को लेंगे। सगतवान वो चला गया, नूतन आगता समस्या नास्ति। दूसरा बिंदु था 2 वर्ष का पाठ्यक्रम और चतुर्वर्षीय पाठ्यक्रम, इन दोनों को लेकर था। तो मैंने कहा देखिए आप अभी तो एकदम तो बंद नहीं कर सकते हैं। शिक्षा नीति वाले बहुत समझदार थे, नूतन नीति जिसने भी बनाई, कि उन्होंने कहा कि 2030 तक हम इसे लागू करेंगे, क्योंकि बहुतों के पास स्थान नहीं है, कई समस्याएं हैं, समस्या नहीं चुनौतियां हैं। तो 2030 तक अनुमति है, उसके बाद हो सकता है केवल एक चतुर्वर्षीय बीएड पाठ्यक्रम ही रह जाए। फिर भी अगर कोई पीजी करके चाहता है कि मैं शिक्षण में जाता हूं, उसके लिए उपाय होता है, फिर एक नया उपाय एक सोचना पड़ेगा। तो इस दृष्टि से दोनों को समान मत समझिए, दोनों बीएड से जुड़े हुए समानता तो है, लेकिन प्रवेश प्रक्रिया और विषय ग्रहण प्रक्रिया और शिक्षण अभ्यास समान रूप से नहीं लेना चाहिए, यह मुख्य बात हुई थी।
I have just 2 queries. One is we have opted for secondary stage, which is 9, 10, 11, 12. So as of now in the state of Telangana, 11 and 12 is the intermediate stage. It's not in the school. So I may not get permission. Can I restrict my secondary to 9th and 10th? Yes, sir. If I get a school, I might go to 11th, but as of now, it might be difficult to find an intermediate college which will give me an entry to do my teaching practice.
It is 2 things are there, because at the moment this program is given to only central universities.
Yes, sir.
So there is no question of in this way.
No, practice teaching I have to go out. No, I won't have schools.
हाँ तो केवीज हैं, नवोदय विद्यालय हैं।
No, our problem again we will come is ours is an Urdu medium institution. Okay. So I will have to find a school at KV or
you can do up to 9th and 10th because it is club. Yes. It is club 9 to 12. It means 9th, 10th or 11th, 12th.
Yeah.
It depends.
Okay. The second question is again this is the normal trend for anything is to have 2 pedagogy subjects. If I go now for single major, can I do the entire single pedagogy only? See, the normal norm is 2 pedagogies. So BSc Physics and Chemistry.
Okay.
So if I go for a major physics, then can I offer a minor with +2 qualification
now see,
only?
My idea is very clear, we should allow. But school, when they go for service, they ask for 2 subjects.
Yes.
So keeping the students' health in mind, बच्चे के विकास को ध्यान में रखें तो उसे 2 देने चाहिए। बाकी वो पढ़कर आ ही रहा है, क्योंकि केवल एक आप देखेंगे डिफरेंट सब्जेक्ट्स हैं, डिफरेंट डिसिप्लिन्स हैं, तो 2 ले सकता है। तो मेजर का मतलब एक जिसमें अधिक है लेकिन सब्सिडी भी हुआ करते हैं, एक उसमें से ले सकता है। तो in that way, so keeping students' health in mind, I think they should choose 2 subjects because it will facilitate them to take the school job.
That brings me to the same. Then if I say I'm doing my science course, a physics major and a chemistry minor, then I am closing the door for him not to do my arts, my music,
No, he can take
my
that
yoga.
one.
All that minor is closed. No.
Ability
Then what
enhanced.
is the minor I give? See,
Suppose I take physics, with that I take music, I should be allowed.
but then the school will not accept my physics and music. They
देखिए
will ask physics
आज
and
के
chemistry.
दिना में हम देख रहे हैं, जब आपका नया NCTE आ चुका है उसमें उनको बदलना ही होगा। अभी हम वर्तमान समय में भविष्य के स्वरूप को देख रहे हैं।
No, sir, because I am from RIE, I have done my MSc Ed Physics in 85-87. Till date, my MSc Ed Physics is questioned. Where is your second pedagogy subject? Till today, I have been answering it to all the state governments.
Option is available to student according to their interest. But students are also very calculative. They know where they will get job and what are the curricular areas which will help them getting a job. So we are leaving it open instead of just defining it in specifications. So policy and this curriculum framework is giving
So
all the options.
preferable is one
But
major,
student-
minor in
yeah,
two subjects.
Student can be counseled in the institution level. That
Preferable
what
for
is
the
job
present is जब school system बदल जाएगी, then we can offer the other booking.
Yes.
Presently one major, one minor school subject
और
में
देखिए
देना बेहतर है.
अभी जितने भी समस्याएं the problems we are listening, those are hypothetical. But our purpose is जब ये शुरू हो जाएगा तब क्या क्या प्रॉब्लम्स आती हैं. The whole committee, members of this committee will go to each and every institute. No, आप भी अपने प्रॉब्लम्स नोट करके रखेंगे. Each and every institute we will visit with some specific purpose. We will have a performance for different categories, different questions. After that we will see these are the problems. इसलिए तो पायलट किया है, हो सकता है उसे 2 या 3 वर्ष में हम समाधान उसका कर सकें. This is taken.
The last date
just
for
a minute,
launching the
just a
program.
minute.
When would be the last? October 1st, October 15th.
Just-
Program for us to start.
Just a
Commencement
minute.
of the course. Timeline, something if you can give us, it will be nice. All of
For universities can take their own decision.
some little date would be nice. We'll all fall in line on the same
ये
day.
तो आपका यूनिवर्सिटी के ऊपर है ना, आपका मींस your academic calendar of your university, and you'll have
That's all started, ma'am.
Yeah, so I
Started
know that
from
we are a bit delayed. In fact,
September 1st.
yeah. So that's why you'll only face this crunch in the first semester. I think our experts will tell. Last time also they have replied, Saluja sir, that the first semester is not that heavy. Is not that heavy. You can still, make it. You'll only have this problem in the first semester. Second semester on will be very smooth. We were a bit delayed this time, but in the next lot we will be dot on time, at par with all.
So we can reduce the
देखिए हमने इसको 2 चीजों करिकुलम बनाते हुए 2 बातों को ध्यान में रखा है. फॉर एग्जाम्पल हर बच्चे को यानी किसी भी ग्रेजुएट को या पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट को अपनी एजुकेशन के लिए क्या चाहिए. अगर वो मान लिया जाए बाकी कोर्स के साथ साइकोलॉजी पढ़ता है, इट विल बी यूजफुल देन. If second one paper is philosophy is attached to everyone. To understand myself, philosophy is necessary. मेरा तो विचार यह है कि जितने भी कोर्सेज हैं ये वैल्यू एडेड कोर्सेज के साथ भी जुड़ जाने चाहिए. दे आर रीडिंग एक्स्ट्रा, ठीक है, उसके बाद जाता है तो उसकी अपनी चॉइसेस हो सकती हैं. तो उस दृष्टि से अगर ये सारा का सारा डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन ऐसे किया है जो उनकी अपनी जिंदगी के लिए भी जरूरी है. मैं अनेक बार कहा करता हूं बीएड पढ़ाने के लिए पता नहीं अनिवार्य है या नहीं, परंतु हर व्यक्ति को अपने को समझने के लिए, अपने परिवार वालों को समझने के लिए, अपने समाज को समझने के लिए और प्रगति के स्वरूप को समझने के लिए बीएड का पाठ्यक्रम नेसेसरी है. मेरा बस चले, जैसे मैं कहता हूं हर भाषा के अध्यापक को भाषा विज्ञान पढ़ना चाहिए. एवरी लैंग्वेज टीचर शुड स्टडी लैंग्वेज एजुकेशन, दैट लिंग्विस्टिक्स. इन द सेम वे ईच एंड एवरी पर्सन should study at least some courses of B.Ed to understand myself and to understand the society around us.
नमस्कार, मैं डॉक्टर यशपाल शर्मा हूँ. अभी सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी केरला में ज्वाइन किया हूँ इन ITEP program itself. So the question that I'm asking, it actually belongs to me. As Saluja sir has said, we are dealing with the future of जो हमारी problems आने वाली हैं. But I joined, no, I have the problems that I'm facing. This is from the gazetted notification that NCTE has launched in 2021 regarding the qualification of the teachers. Okay, so I, as a biological science faculty, core from the biological science, and I also have B.Ed and MA education and that also. Okay, so now I have been employed in the Department of Education, but I'm not able to be a supervisor for the PhD because my relevant department, they don't recognize me because I'm employed in the education department, and education department doesn't recognize me as a guide as per the UGC qualification because I'm not a PhD in education. This is the first thing. Second thing is regarding that has written in the gazetted notification, the head of the department should be PhD in education. So it means in future, me and my colleagues will not be the head of the department in the same department where we are employed. So this is actually a problem, and I'm looking for the solution. Even before joining this post, and I have gone through the maximum people from the NCTE, even sir, the interview I have asked in the WhatsApp group also, but I never have this answer from anywhere. So please enlighten this one and make some policy that we should not suffer as an ITEP teacher in this very innovative program.
Now see, 2 things are there. If बैठ जाओ बेटा, मैं बेटा कह रहा हूं, कोई बात नहीं ना. See, शिक्षा नीति के अनुसार PhD is not necessary even for job. If I go strictly through this policy, that's why MPhil is removed from here. Secondly, एक बात और उन्होंने कही है कि PhD के लिए अगर कोई एक्सपीरियंस आता है तो पेडागोजी जुड़ा हुआ हो, that is also there. यानी they should be given facility to teach students also, that is also there. अभी क्योंकि शुरू नहीं हुआ है कोर्स, इसलिए रूल्स पुराने चल रहे हैं. 21 का भी जो आया उसमें भी परिवर्तन का प्रश्न उठ सकता है. इट इज थॉट इज गोइंग ऑन. द रीजन इज, जब ये 21 में बनाया था उस समय पूरी पॉलिसी आई थी, लेकिन यूजीसी की कोई स्कीम नहीं आई थी. आई रिमेंबर व्हेन इट वाज प्रिपेयर्ड, वी वेंट टू यूजीसी ऑफिस कि आपने क्या बीए बीएससी कोर्स बनाया. दे वर नॉट, दे डिडंट प्रिपेयर एट दैट टाइम. अभी उनको रीथिंकिंग करनी पड़े. उन्होंने जैसे बदला है, परिवर्तन किया है. वी आर आल्सो थिंकिंग टू रीथिंक ऑन दिस गेजेटेड नोटिफिकेशन. वी आर थिंकिंग, आपकी प्रॉब्लम्स आ रही हैं, उसका भी प्रकाश लिया जाएगा, उसके अंतर्गत भी सोचा जाएगा. तो मुझे लगता है कि अगर एजुकेशन के साथ है, नीड तो यही है, आवश्यकता तो यही है कि उन्हें एजुकेशन में PhD करने के लिए अनुमति दी जानी चाहिए, बिकॉज दे आर नाउ प्रैक्टिशनर. तभी होगा. नो हार्ट सेपरेशन का प्रश्न है. लेकिन अभी ये पूरा क्योंकि लागू नहीं हुआ, अभी तक जितने भी नोटिफिकेशन सभी संस्थाओं की पुराने हैं, लेकिन स्कीम कई कई जगह पर उन्होंने नई तरह से लागू कर दी है. तो ऑल आर थिंकिंग टू रीथिंक ओवर दीज प्रॉब्लम्स. रादर आई थिंक से इट इज चैलेंज. तो आपने जो कहा है, वी आर नोटिंग दैट आल्सो, वी विल डिस्कस इट विद द यूजीसी आल्सो. दे हैव टू चेंज दैट आल्सो, एंड आई थिंक इट इज बेटर. मैं तो कई बार यह भी कहता हूं, किसी भी एजुकेशनिस्ट को जिसने बीए बीएड एमएड किया है उसको PhD डिग्री मत दीजिए, अभी उसे अलाउ मत कीजिए जब तक वो 10 साल एक्सपीरियंस ना ले. अरे जब तक प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व की नहीं है, प्रॉब्लम तो फेस की नहीं है, और हम PhD करके आंसर दे देते हैं, हाउ इज इट पॉसिबल? Experience is must. I think that your problem is related to the experience, and for this experience you should be allowed for that. I will be happy. और जिसने बीएड एमएड नहीं किया उसके बाद भी वो एजुकेशन के बारे में सोच रहा है, वो एक नया तरीका भी सोच सकता है. फॉर innovation that is also necessary. Let us think. We are noting the problem. We will talk to UGC and we will see in other way also. Even NCTE, I think solution will come. प्रॉब्लम्स तो आनी भी चाहिए, नहीं तो मस्तिष्क का प्रयास कहां होगा, अभ्यास कहां होगा. शरीर के स्वास्थ्य के लिए तो हम बहुत कुछ करते हैं, मस्तिष्क के स्वास्थ्य के लिए क्या करते हैं? कुछ नहीं. ऑल द प्रॉब्लम्स आर एक्सरसाइज ऑफ द माइंड.
Thank you, sir. Regarding experience, I given my last 10 years to NCRT. I was in CIET and I have done that a lot of work in immersive technology. The app that was launched by the minister, the Nishank.
Excuse me, मुझे लगता है अभी आप करिकुलम के ऊपर फोकस कीजिए. Individual problems we can continue discussions over lunch also and post lunch also and even in the following days. करिकुलम पे एक अच्छी अंडरस्टैंडिंग जो आज का प्राइम ऑब्जेक्टिव है उसको हम फोकस करें. इंडिविजुअल प्रॉब्लम्स डिस्कशंस के लिए दिस फोरम इज नॉट राइट फोरम. वी कैन इंडिविजुअली टॉक टू एनी ऑफ अस.
And I think Saluja sir has rightly said, we are also going to review the regulations, the minimum qualifications required, the infrastructure required, once this pilot is completed. In fact, during the pilot, immediately after this, our experts will be visiting each of the institutions who have taken up this ITEP course for their further hand-holding. And during the entire pilot also, we will be visiting the various institutions to understand how it is being implemented, what are the problems that are arising, what we can resolve. So whatever you're seeing today, because it's a pilot, it's all subject to revision, subject to a little bit of amendment, including our regulations. So similarly, whatever your queries are there, that will be looked in at that time. Sir is correct.
जी, आपसे पहले आपका है, फिर आपका. She, then you.
Yeah, ma'am.
So this madam, this ITEP program is it's designed based on NEP. Now there are some governments like Karnataka government which are withdrawing the NEP.
In such a case, what would be the relevance of ITP?
कुछ कह रही हैं?
See, if it we're not commenting on what the state does or doesn't do, but if it becomes the qualification to become a teacher, and that qualification is the same across the country, the ITEP will remain. If government of Karnataka or some other government comes up with something, yeah. I mean, the qualification to become a teacher is actually not up to the state government alone. NCTE also says so. So we'll have to see.
हम अगर अभी सोचते हैं तो देखिए 42 में चलाया है ऑल आर अंडर सेंटर, नो प्रॉब्लम फॉर दैट वन. हो सकता है सिलेक्शन तब तक कि कुछ परिवर्तन आ जाएगा slowly and gradually, because many times people talk of political because of so many interests, but slowly and gradually I have seen in many states, I have seen they want to say, but they say we will not declare but we will do it. I don't want to declare that state also. So I think slowly and gradually changes will take place. आप कुछ कहना चाहती थी, पहले आप कुछ कहेंगे उसके?
So as per the Right to Education Act, है ना, Ministry of Education has made NCTE the regulatory body to come out with the minimum qualifications required to become a teacher. So if ITEP is there in our minimum qualifications, then that would be the requirement to become a teacher. So if you come out of ITEP, you will become a teacher because NCTE is the body to define the minimum qualification for teachers.
I thank.
उनके बाद आपका पांचवा नंबर.
I just thank NCTE and RI for this wonderful program. It's actually made us understand this whole thing because I'm from Rupatunga University and we are just a 2.5 years old university. I just have a very simple question because we have BSc program and as per the NEP we have mandatory courses like environmental studies and Constitution of India. So now, of course, I do understand. Madam said we can incorporate it because we can increase the credits from 160 to 170. So what do we do? Do we have to include? Because also that other courses have digital fluency, artificial intelligence. These are all mandated by the model curriculum for the other degree courses. So how do I place this? Is one question.
See, Madam has already explained that in ability enhancement and value-added courses.
Yes.
You see. Language 1, Language 2, Art Education, Understanding India, Indian Ethos and Knowledge, और वहाँ Constitution का प्रश्न भी है. In every part Constitution is there. In every, even I can say subject related to, provision related to any subject, Constitution is there. Because without Constitution we cannot go ahead. Then we have Teacher and Society. We have ICT in Education, Mathematics, Quantitative Reasoning, Sports, Nutrition, Fitness, Yoga and Understanding Self, then Citizenship, Education, Sustainability and EVS, Environmental Studies. It is given there.
Yes, sir, I do understand. I did see that, but then since we have a separate course, so I was a little concerned because we are implementing, we don't want to make any errors.
Yeah, what Kisan said in the morning as well, that you do have a 30% flexibility of changing a few things.
And
so you can play.
Yeah. One more last question is that what about NCC, NSS and all? Are these students to go through that, or is it that because this is a professional course, they don't need to enroll in these?
I think that's a separate thing, no? NCC, NSS and all.
No, madam, it's now part of the NEP curriculum.
There is something called the community engagement at the end.
Okay, okay.
So you can do it in that also.
And again 2.10, if you see, one elective is to be chosen. Again there is Education for Sustainable Development. That is in fact EVS, because SDG, Sustainable Development Goals at UNESCO level, it is given there. Again EVS is there. Again Rethinking Education UNESCO document of 2015, it is given there also. All these documents have to be studied there also. Even at foundational courses. No, after that preparatory, again EVS is there. So there are chances students will study EVS at every stage. We can't leave it. So it is given there. If you will see this document, you will find it. इसके बाद आपका हाँ.
Good afternoon, professors. Thank you so much for the wonderful orientation. My question is, maybe it's a very simple question. It is about the language part. For language, there are no options like minor degree. If there are like minor degrees like linguistics or any other component that, like, I don't know, maybe it is explained in that particular curriculum book. Another question is after they finish this ITP program, what is the opportunity for higher education, either MSc or MEd they join? Third one is, if they finish the diploma program in education, is there any chance that they can join lateral entry in this course?
They can join. And number one. Number two, when you are talking of languages, it is at two places. If you see page 22,
yes, sir.
Then it is disciplinary, interdisciplinary courses, 1-2 disciplines from any one of the school curriculum areas. First is languages.
Yes, sir.
Secondly,
yes, sir.
Just a minute. Secondly, ability enhancements and value added. Language 1, language 2, 5.1, 5.2.
Yes, sir. That is common for all.
Yes.
But here in disciplinary, interdisciplinary,
Those who are students are from language streams, they will take there.
Any other is also there. So in the end, any other.
Okay.
Any other.
In any
for
other
them
also.
there are no option. Minor.
No, you can take
Major also they can take it.
You can take anything as a minor, no? There's nothing fixed. Your choices are up to you.
In any other you can also choose.
Thank you so much.
जी, आपका, उसके बाद आपका, नहीं, पहले इनका, फिर आपका, फिर उधर, फिर आपके बाद.
Sir, I have a question.
अभी आपका नहीं है. He will take.
No, I
Two
have been,
options in higher education.
I have been
One
asking
is,
for this.
just 1 minute.
अच्छा, फिर
1
हमने
minute.
क्रम दिया. चलिए आप बोलिए.
No, 1 sec. Her question not answered yet. Higher education, 2 options. One is a post graduation. You take education, and the other is your discipline. These are both your options.
जी, बोलिए फिर.
क्या हुआ?
I have 4 questions. One is, who is selecting the minor? Is it the selection of the student, or is an institution fixes a minor for a particular major?
No.
So that is one question. Second question is, the duration of the internship is not very clear, because the duration of other papers, 1 hour for lecture papers and 2 hours per week for the practicum component and 15 weeks per semester, that is clear. But for internship activities, it is not clear for me. Probably I missed, I don't know. It is not clear from the table which is given. So it will be very helpful if you make it very clear. And it is mentioned that 2 disciplines, 1 or 2 disciplines from the school curricular areas. So the school curricular areas, so I hope it is actually meant that the school areas, not the levels. So that means the subjects. So the school curricular areas is slightly misleading, at least for me. So it is written in the 3.1, 1/2 disciplines from any of the school curricular areas.
The subject you choose, that is school curriculum area.
Okay.
Then you see number here 6.4.
There is a problem actually. Science is taught as science in school, secondary school, whereas for BSc it is physics, chemistry, mathematics separately. So the school curricular area will not exactly fit it into that one.
No. So till today this problem was there. That's why the new curriculum has come.
No, the word of the relevant areas, the relevant subjects would have been better. The school word is misleading.
Got it. The idea of saying school was subjects relevant to school education.
Yeah, relevant subject also will suffice actually. Sure. So the next question is, will this program be equivalent to BSc? So there were many queries, and the queries were many times I found that it is when we face the problem we will be. I was also part of one institution where this kind of a program was run, and there was no equivalency and there was no actually recognition for the course, and there was suffering. Students were suffering. And 1 minute, I didn't complete. And the equivalency, if it is equivalent with BSc, actually in Kerala, all the BSc courses are having project components. So where the project component of this particular course will be included, and whether the BSc part is sufficient as of now, because once they complete the course and go out, they should be able to carry out an MSc course, join for an MSc course in the relevant degree, in the relevant subject. So is it included or is it taken care?
आप is it मत पूछिए केवल, क्योंकि is it का उत्तर देना यहाँ मुश्किल होगा. The changes are there. When we say is it, answer is yes. How? It is BSc B.Ed. It is not only B.Ed. Dual degree is there. It is BSc B.Ed, BA B.Ed, that is equivalent to BSc. Addition is there, B.Ed. जहां तक है MSc का, again I will, why didn't I say, don't ask this. The reason is there. अभी new education policy is saying post graduation will be of 1 year. BSc with research plus post graduation. अभी जो स्ट्रक्चर है हमारा स्टेट्स में, हम उसके अनुसार सोच रहे हैं. Don't think in this way. This needs new structure. We are thinking now what is happening, how will it be? We should not think in that way. We have to think what will be in future. That's why I say again and again, वर्तमान के ढांचे को देखते हुए इस शिक्षा के इस डॉक्यूमेंट को मत देखिए. ये डॉक्यूमेंट लागू होना है. It is to be implemented. In new conditions we should think. I think so. बाकी इंटर्नशिप के लिए 10 क्रेडिट्स दिए हुए हैं प्रोफेसर. यूजीसी देगी वो.
Institution, not
यूजीसी भी उसको कहती है अपने स्टेट्स को दीजिए.
What is to be taught as a BSc or as a BA or as a BCom? That 64 credits of the course certificate.
We have not given that one here. Even that is not given by us. State university will give themselves, or if central UGC they will give themselves. So that depends on your university. How will they give it?
Sir, I have a question from the same institute. I will add up, and we are showing that we telling regarding the vertical movement. Is there any option for horizontal movement? Therefore, if a student qualifies secondary, can he go for foundational or preparatory level?
I think I just responded to that in the earlier query which somebody had raised. Probably you'll have to listen because the queries are getting repetitive. Na? I have already responded to somebody has raised this query, Abhi. I said that we will be, someone in Hindi was speaking. So
can we have can we include in our curriculum these MOOCs or that type of NPTEL courses are allowable here?
We have not got your question even now.
No, I didn't. See, the horizontal movement, we said it's under consideration.
Yeah. Some bridge something.
6 to 8, maybe a 6-month or a 1-year course we'll need to create, which UGC also recognizes. At the moment, we are not including MOOCs and things like that as part of that additional qualification. Right? Can you use MOOCs as part of your pedagogy? Of course you can.
In our, that's
absolutely yes. But if for the additional qualification, additional stage qualification, that is still work in progress. Yeah. On the disciplinary curriculum is your design. NCTE has no view on the discipline. So if your major is physics, the design of that undergrad program in physics is your design, not NCTE's design.
Can the institute give the students preference for a minor?
See, in principle, we are leaving the choice to the student. In principle, right? Now, it's possible that if I am your student and I am applying for chemistry, and with chemistry I want to do dance, you don't have dance. You have these 3 things. I will have to choose if I want to study with
whatever minor we are having, while counseling we can take the choice of the students. Just like asking for major,
one is
minor
choice.
also can be chosen.
One is choice, the other is practicality also.
We will say these are available. Once from that they can
these are possibilities. Also look at the career they are choosing. In school you will be most probably asked to teach physics and chemistry, so it's a good idea to take them together. Now if you still don't want to take chemistry and you want to take something else, that's fine. That's a student choice. In principle, the approach is that it's the student choice.
That means we can have a combination of mathematics and economics. Possible.
You definitely can.
We have the facility.
You should have. More and more you should have.
That is the spirit of.
Yes, that's the spirit of the idea.
Your question. उसके बाद आप
Hello, we are getting late.
Both of them have been waiting
Food
for
is
a long
also becoming very cold, and we do not have an afternoon session. Also, please make it a point. We are just concluding with one or two only. Please.
Yeah. They have been waiting for a long time, the entire group there. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Professor Madhavi from NIT Warangal. We offer BSc course discipline in the discipline of BSc and B.Ed. My question is related to the guidelines for formulating the syllabus. We have received the curriculum framework. However, any guidelines to be followed and the deadlines for drafting the syllabi and the commencement of classes.
The deadline she spoke about, the documents, those 3 documents will be with you. You will get it from NCT. Use this as the base to decide draft your syllabus for the education component. Like I said, disciplinary component is yours to design. Whatever your university or your institute.
We have flexibility in disciplinary.
Discipline. No. Discipline component is not flexibility. It is yours. There is no guideline. The education component is what is being proposed. Even here you have flexibility.
Here also you have 30% flexibility to change it.
But to ensure uniformity across all the institutes, can there be some kind of template?
Not for the disciplines. For this, this is the template.
Education.
For education, this is the template.
Thank you.
Yours.
So thank you for this opportunity, and so many of my queries and answers is over. Just one request to NCT, that related to the next year or next batch will commence according to the CUET undergraduate program admission. But this year it will be good, and it will be essential, highly essential, if from the NCT part will frame a timeline, so that this migration of the students to different institutions and all can be prevented, if possible. That is the only request from my side. Then Central University of Kerala, I am heading the department, Professor Mustafa. And one thing, a lot of public sensitization for this, a great shift is needed, especially when there are a lot of queries from the school managers and all. They approach us, and we move there and sensitize. So for that, a combined effort from the part of NCT and School Education Ministry, that part is there, it will be very good. And one more, adding to that, I agreed, the discipline part is flexibility is there, but even then, that internship in teaching, so that only reflects there highly in our curriculum framework. If that internship component is missing in the curriculum framework of the discipline part, or at least in the curriculum framework, some mentioning should be there. It's a request. Even though I used should be there in according to the undergraduate curriculum of framework of the UGC. All the core and essential component should be incorporated, or else otherwise, when the student move for, we are visualizing the future, move for institutions like some international institution and all, they will opt for the course description, curriculum description. If that internship part is missing, that will affect. This is one observation from my side, and I request again for that timeline of completion of starting of this year batch from the part of the NCT.
Please
Thank
open
you.
page number.
Internship in discipline internship.
हाँ वही है. Open page number 23.
Yes. Yeah.
Then 6.4 is there.
Sir, that is internship in teaching, sir.
Got it.
Yes, understood. No. Okay. Thank you.
Teaching तो discipline ही होगा ना.
Yeah.
I'm Manju from Central University of Kerala. I'm a physics faculty in the ITEP. So my question is, in the NCT document was written that for one core subject area, one faculty need to be appointed per batch. So for a core major having 48 credit, is one faculty enough?
हाँ, बोलिए किताब का है faculty regulation and not pedagogy course. One faculty for pedagogy course, not for
Sir, it is adding to that. It is related to the Gazette notification that you told that it will be modified accordingly. It should be sort out with this rethinking.
No,
Yes.
we are absolutely, because the faculty, if you see in our Gazette notification, is for 1 unit. 1 unit is 50 students. And as you increase that, sorry, EWS, that you will have to so that is as per the units that you have taken. As you increase, then proportionately, even our units, the number of faculty we have asked to be increased in our Gazette notification. But again, I'm saying, like Saluja sir pointed out, this was done prior to all the UGC regulations having come out. This is also subject to revision once it's in the pilot mode. So when we come to your colleges and you will tell us your problems, this is what we are going to sit, deliberate, and then make the changes in the curriculum. As far as your sensitization program issues are concerned, yes, we are also very conscious of the fact that a lot of public outreach, a lot of sensitization and hand-holding is required, because ITEP is a new course and that is going to be key in making this course successful, as well as making the public aware that such a course is running. Wherever universities or state governments have called us, NCTE has gone with our subject experts, our experts, and we have had sessions with the stakeholders, whether they are private or government, and we have SCRTs, diets, and we have sat with them, discussed everything, replied to all their queries. In fact, Induji herself was there present in one. And I don't know about Saluja said, no, right now Induji. So we've done that. So if any of you feel that we can't come for one university, but if a couple of universities or the state government invites us, we can come, because we are also very tight on our schedule. Apart from this, we have so many other work also. So please, if you are your state governments are calling us, or a couple of universities, 3-4 universities are calling us, we are willing to come. That is apart from the sensitization which you want us to do. But our experts will be visiting every individual institution. In the next coming 1 month, somebody will be visiting. That will be the first visit. Thereafter, people will continue hand-holding you. All right? Timeline, I already said, that is up to you. Somebody has asked the same question. I said, please complete. I think NIT Varang, Puducherry has asked. Yes, online also will do. If you want an online meeting, please have an online meeting. In fact, in the last 2 years, we have had the maximum number of stakeholder outreaches, online and physical also, hybrid mode also. So we are okay with anything.
Ma'am, one last point I want to make about the guideship of us, as he said, like we are facing lots of issues regarding that. As a subject faculty with PhD in subject area, appointed in education department, we are in the institute. There are lots of issues in getting guideship in our subject area. We are eligible only in subject area for guide in PhD guideship. So at the
As I told, we will discuss with. Let us see. I think changes will take place. Till today, we are thinking in old lines. It is talking up new lines. Naturally, new environment is needed. We have to understand the needs of the future also. It will be done, I think so.
Madam, please send all your query, and as well as any other queries that are left. The email which is there on the screen, please address it there, and we will respond to you. Or when we are having our deliberations, further deliberations, we will certainly discuss those queries also. So whatever you are saying, you please send it to us also.
Yeah, I think now we need to conclude the session also. People are getting hungry also. So somewhere, I think one should be happy that the national level authorities are here to answer your all the questions. In our experience shows that after 6 decades also, we have not even solved our own problems. All right, the state government problems are there. Going for PG programs, many problems. But again, people are coming to our institute in a large number. All right. So what I say is that this curriculum framework, yes, childbirth has taken place now in the infancy stage. We need to take care of that. I think the NCTE official will be doing that. That is the conclusion of this. Madam, it is not only the people present here. We have put it on YouTube channel. In the channel itself, lot many queries are asked. I think some of the official could see that and send a reply to that. Now let me conclude this session by making a vote of thanks to all. I think it was a nice discussion here in this hall. People who are here, all completely listen to the discussion what has happened here. Let me thank first our chief guest Srinivas Asbelli, Vice Chancellor of Nupatanga University, Bangalore, for helping us to chair the session and accepting our invitation, and also the Professor Venkatrao Nimanna, Vice Chancellor. Sorry, sir, we could not invite you to the dais due to the late coming. But again, our thanks are there, sir, for you to agree for coming over here and listening to our discussions. And I also thank Madam, Member Secretary of NCTE, very enthusiastically. Madam has answered all your queries without any tiredness showing and all. I think she will be available with you for all the queries, clarifications. Thank you very much, madam, coming to this Mysore, and I hope you have enjoyed this Mysore climate as well as the people who are here. Thank you very much. Now also we thank Professor C.K. Saluja, sir. Sir, you are an excellent speaker. Your insight has made the participants to have much better clarity in the curriculum framework. We thank you very much, sir. And also the Pankaj Arora, sir, just now he has left because of his flight. We also thank him for all the cooperation. Professor Indu Prasad, Vice Chancellor of Hasim Premchi. Madam, as you know that this field, education is a field, which will not solve all the problems. Every time problems will be arising. We need to practically look into that. Thank you very much for your reply to each and every issues. I also thank Professor Prakash Agarwal ji, principal of RIE, sir, has been here for the 3 to 4 days, and you got an opportunity to along with us to participate in this. Thank you very much for your contribution to this discussion. I also thank our beloved principal by Srikanth sir for making all people to be here and inviting all the other institutions also and providing all support to the organizing team. Sir, thank you very much, and undertaken a leadership in organizing this. Thank you very much, sir. And I also thank the Dean of Instruction, faculty, the faculty who have come from the ITEP institutions and also other institutions, staff of RI Mysore, and the all arrangements who have made, particularly for the ET, cell and other office sections of various offices, because they have tirelessly worked. Our research scholars also, emerged students, they have been behind this program for 2 days in advance. So they have made all the preparation. I think it was a very fruitful discussion, and the discussion just only now started. I think we need to take forward this discussion, and something will come out. All solution we may not expect at a time. I think it time only will decide. It has to be evolved, this particular program. We sure that as a team is behind all of you. So definitely it will take a final shape in the coming days. When we offered this RC programs, I think we couldn't get a institutional support like NCT. NCT was not at all there at that time in 1965. So we see that how we have progressed, and we have only one this submission is that we are going to lose our the regular BSc B.Ed programs. Now we may have to have also go for ITEP, which again new to us also. But anyway, we will take it up from next academic year onwards once NAT comes with a grade to us. That is how I conclude with this words. I think we are happy. Now we will have a photo session here with the key persons, especially from the ITEP institution, ITEP institution. Quickly, you can come over to the stage. We will have here only, no sir. We will have, yeah. Here only, so that banner and all we will get. Just quickly, we will have all the ITEP institutions first. Yeah. Yeah. Before that, I think yes. Before coming to the photo, we will have the national anthem. I think we should that then only come for yeah. Okay. National anthem we can say. Please,
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल वंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभाशिष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
yeah, we'll quickly come so that ITEP group. Yeah, sir. Varun, please. ಇದೊಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಆ ಕಡೆ.
We also request the participating institutions to share their contact numbers so that if any queries there, it may be resolved.